Getting ready to load, so we should be in business. Sorry, trying to turn sound down so you don't get reverb from weird stuff since I have a second device there. So we got some more people trying to come in. Okay, so welcome. We're going to start getting into it tonight. But first, this is actually kind of cool. It's probably the first time in a while that we've gotten through some of the Google Drive and stuff like that on the first night. So we must have been all very efficient with our introductions. So yay, that makes it kind of exciting. Does anybody have any questions about the Drive, getting through there? Was everybody able to get in and get those problems sorted? Okay, cool. So again, I think I put it in the chat, but a little bit. And by the way, yeah, everybody, if you can put your cameras on, we can go ahead and get started there as well. That would be great. So one of the things I did, I think I put it in the chat last night. It was toward the end. You have a lot of information you can pick through on there. The one thing I will tell you is don't try to work ahead as if it will help you, because we don't want you like working ahead and trying to find answers and turning out you know, looked on Google and it turns out you ended up on a weird site that gave you a weird answer or something like that. So kind of stick with us. Keep organized, keep up on things. Like Jaden said last night, we talked quite a bit about this, that this class will move fast. It's one of those things, you're going to go through every emotion on the planet through this class, especially when it comes to in person. And it's going to sound crazy, no matter how much background somebody has in aviation or not. It's like you go through every emotion because it's just intense. And it's like, oh, I got this. It's easy. Oh, this is fun. Or, oh, I hate this. Or one day it's, you know, I can never do this. And this is the stupidest choice I've ever made. And so just rest assured, we've all done it. I was probably the most dramatic of all of them, but because I'm very dramatic with everything, but especially my emotions. But, you know, we've all gone through it. But the biggest thing is, and some of the pro tips, so we'll go through a few minutes with like the pro tips, things like that. So first of all, keep up. You know, don't let 2 nights go that you miss the live class, because the comes into, you know, that's 8 hours of recordings already you've got to watch over the weekend. That's going to get intense. It will add up really quick. The next thing would be is, once you learn this week, this is not a class where, you know, you get the grade and you move on and hopefully you retain a little bit. You will use every information from every class over and over and over throughout the class and into in-person and into your date exam. So, and then you'll use it again in your job. So one of the mistakes that a lot of people make is they study, they take their quiz on Monday, and then they kind of Control-Alt-Delete it and just let it go. And then they come to in-person and can't remember weeks 1 through 5, basically, which kind of bites them a little bit. So then you're trying to catch up. So whatever we study this week, one of the things you can do is next week, spend just a few minutes of your study time every day, like reviewing this stuff. The stronger you come in to the in-person, the better off you're going to be. Better for getting your date exam, better for less stress, better for it being a more enjoyable experience. I mean, even if you know, don't accept the pro tips, we'll probably kind of, you know, poke you till you get through. But at the same time, it's a much more enjoyable experience. You also retain stuff. I think it's not just about getting through that date exam, it's getting yourself in a position to get a job. And there is that possibility where you pass the criteria to get your certificate, but it's not necessarily enough to get a job. The job market has become slightly more competitive. There's still a lot of jobs out there, so don't worry about that. But the more you stay up on it, and that's, you know, the SkyWest folks will come out during in-person, and that'll be the first thing they say. Until you get a job, study 10, 15 minutes a day. Just, you know, go through weather, go through these things and make sure you know all of these different things. So it's a lot to, you know, keep going on, but that's one of the best things I can tell you. Also, some study habits, some basic study habits. So most of you are grown folks, right? So you've probably learned a few things in your life. Some of the unique study habits to this course, we are going to work with a lot of repetition. We're going to go over stuff, we'll turn it around and go out from another angle. You're going to see things fairly repetitively. We do reviews and then we do the quiz, and you've got your worksheets and all of the different things to go in there. One of the specific unique things, and I'm going to say still to this day, no matter how many times, I know Allison and I both harp on it a ton, and no matter how many times we say it, 95% of people never believe us, and then they come to in person and they're a little stressed. Practice your answers saying them out loud. Whether you have somebody quiz you, or if you just are reading your note cards by yourself or sitting in traffic or whatever it is, say it and articulate it with your actual voice out loud. Have any of you guys ever had that situation where you know the answer of something and you know where you wrote it on your on your paper, and you know that you circled it with the blue, thing, and there's a star next to it, and you can, if I handed you your notebook, you would probably flip it open and know the answer in 3 seconds. Have you all had that experience? It's kind of the way your brain works. You're going to know it's in your brain somewhere, but to get it from here and to kick it out, this is an oral exam, is a big portion of this. And that's where people stutter quite a bit is, and I'm not talking about that literal stutter, but just kind of stumble on themselves, that they know they have the answer. It's hard for them to spit it out. Our DAIDs are fortunately really great at knowing the difference between you don't know and you're just trying to pull it out of your mind, but everything is just it's a better experience in interviews, it's a better experience, everything, if you practice that. So we find that a lot of people skip that part, and then they come to in person, they're like, oh yeah, now we believe you. So if you do that, it does feel silly and foolish, but it is a game changer. Jaden went over like the Quizlets last night. That's a great source for information. There's been a lot of work put into those. I'm going to be fully transparent on what worked for me. Also, I'm going to give you all that fact of you're all grown folks, and you are going to be able to find out your study habits. I'll just share a few that work for a few different people. Again, that repetition, things like that. The Quizlets, for me, it was a place to source information, but it was something I could read and I could kind of get answers and things like that. For a lot of people, they can flip through them and it's great. For a lot of people also, going and getting some old-fashioned 3x5 cards from 1974 that you're going to write the answers and write the Quizlets basically on paper. If you go through that process, number one, by writing it down, you connect something different in your brain. So your brain is going to have better recall already by writing it down. Even if you throw out the piece of paper, if you take notes, like even if you do it digital, we do know through educational psychology that if you actually put your pen on the paper and draw it, so at least use an iPad pen, things like that, you will reorganize the way it is in your brain. So that will help you recall that. Number two, you can play a game with yourself. And this was something, anything that's high memorization, I suggest those cards just for the reason, especially if the Quizlet, you're getting the information you understand, but you're not getting the recall. One of the things you can do is you can write it down and then you've got your information on your card. So I'm reading my little cards here, right? I got my little deck. And what I'll do is I'll check my card, and every one I get the right answer to, I put on my left. And every one I get the wrong answer, I put on my right, or whichever. And then what I do is I go through the ones I got wrong over and over and over till all the cards end up in the right pile, and then I flip them and do them again. You will be surprised just putting motion into something, just simple things like that, what it does to your mind to help you. Like I say, there are a lot of people, I will say that the Quizlets work okay. So play with both options and see what works for you. Another common thing is, again, say it out loud. I can't say that enough, but another common thing is, you go get the 99-cent legal pad type thing, and whatever answer it is, write it over and over and over and throw it out. Give yourself that chance for your brain to, register that information. It'll be one more step for you to be able to recall it. Few other things to kind of get yourself ready to get into the learning game. Probably, I would say for most dispatchers, Yeah, study groups. Bruce has put in their study groups. It's a great idea. I would actually encourage you all to start like a WhatsApp chat or something like that you guys just run. One of you want to spearhead that or whatever. You can ask people questions. You can organize for, like Airbnb shares when you get here or rental car shares to reduce costs, things like that. It's a great little way to get in that. If you have those little groups, you can also quiz each other, do that out loud thing. But like get to know each other a little bit. It becomes fun when you become into person. So study groups are great. But again, that repetitive thing, but with dispatching in general, and I will kind of share my experience. So again, mine was rapid fire. There was no decompression. There was no minute between my date exam and starting ground school. It was literally one day. I mean, I came here honestly to St. George for the 2 weeks in person with a carry-on, and I didn't leave for like 2 months with that carry-on because it was just, I was in ground school, and the next thing you know, I was on the job training, and it was really intense. I think the most overwhelming part for me was just the amount of information, and not just what you have to know, but what you're filtering. I always joke and say I feel like my screen when I'm dispatching looks more like a video game than anything. Like things are popping up at me everywhere and I got to smack them down or shoot them or something. But trust me when I say that as you learn things and then as you start to process information, your brain will start to screen out what you don't need. For instance, I remember that I would say the first 6 weeks of actual on-the-job training for dispatching, I literally got a headache every day and my eyes were exhausted from reading weather, because it's like I feel like I have to read every line and the NOTAMs and all of these things that we're going to teach you how to read. And you'll get good and you'll know how, but then you have to read it fast. And then you'll get to a point that all of a sudden your eye will just train to what you don't care and what you read and what you're actually going to stop and look at. There'll be weather pop-ups that come in, and I think my eye scans for the things I know. Sometimes I don't know that I could actually tell you what airport it was connected to. It's just, I knew I was good because whatever the weather there is fine, whatever it is. So you get to a point that you'll screen data fast. So don't get overwhelmed by that. Trust me, I had, like I said, I didn't even know what a dispatcher did. Like I said, I worked on a ramp, but I had no idea what a dispatcher did until I was in this class. And then it was still a little fuzzy till I got into ground school. So, and to find out what they really did in real life. So that's, just keeping up on it, doing different study habits. Don't ever discount that idea of when you're to put movement to things. If you have like little squeezy ball things like that you can, it'll help you, like if you're repeating stuff, walk around a room while you're talking out loud, do little loops in your things. It will help your brain kind of start to solidify some of this. The next thing that I will say will be the case all the way through the course is there are no bad questions. If you don't know the why or you don't understand something, ask. I guarantee, I probably have never been wrong on this. There's at least one other person in the classroom that needs to ask the same thing. And sometimes people are asking stuff that somebody in the classroom is like, oh, wow, I didn't think of that question. I'm glad you asked it. So don't be afraid to ask questions. And all of the instructors you're going to find, we have all very different backgrounds, different styles, different interests. All of these things are very different for all of us. Some of us, you are going to be like, dang, you are so easy for me to understand. Others, you're going to be like, wow, their teaching method is just like, I have to ask more questions. That's fine. Just ask the questions. And if you understand, the memory will come, the memorization will come. So just ask as many questions as you need. Of course, reach out to any of us as instructors. We all put our numbers in that chat. I will at the end of tonight put mine in again. Like I say, I'm pretty available. If I don't answer you right away, it's probably because I'm asleep or in the middle of something. But as soon as, that's probably the biggest thing is, if you have somebody working all night and they're sleeping during the day and you text them, they'll just text you back whenever they've got that. But it's a pretty committed group of instructors, and they are, everyone is really great and very good at what they do. And more so, they want to see you succeed because they already went through the same class and they know how hard it is, and they know probably where you're sitting from. Exactly. Not probably. We're right there in the same place. We all had probably the same anxieties and the same frustrations and, a lot of different things. So keeping up, doing that thing, that's really going to be your win there. But like I say, the other big thing that I will reemphasize again is do not let after this week, okay, I passed the FARS quiz, I'm out, and never thinking about it again. Because again, you're going to see it again on your final exam. You're going to see it again in your mock practical. You're going to see it again in your date exam. And then you're going to be asked all those questions again in your interviews. So you don't lose, you're never going to not need this information. So kind of that general thing there. So did anybody have any questions about how kind of like we're going to move through the class? Anything that came up from last night that you thought of that will, like I said, we're just trying to quell all the anxieties now, and then we'll get into it. So any questions about in-person and how that will look? Because I know that's usually the $1 million thing that has it. I'm just trying to clear bandwidth in the back of your mind so that you're like, okay, we got this. Any questions about what to expect there? No? Everyone good? I mean, I'll give you the just like the few minute rundown of a couple of things, because like I say, some people like to plan in advance a little bit. So you will come here. The one thing I will say is plan two things. Number one, the class will functionally end on the Friday of the 8 weeks. However, our DADE exams are based on the DADE schedules. We will have DADEs available kind of midweek that week, and then they will run through the weekend and into the next week. DADEs are only allowed to give 2 tests a day. So as you get into in-person, kind of start planning in the back of your head that you'll have to commit, but also with your travel plans, if you have some flexibility, please be aware that it takes a little bit of time to get everybody through the dates. We try and push people through as quickly as we can, but we're kind of limited to their schedules, and sometimes they have a lot of days available. Sometimes, it's a little more limiting. However, if you're like, gosh, I have a drop dead thing, I have to fly home Saturday, I've got a job on Sunday, whatever it is, make sure you are so well prepared so that you're one of the first people taking your DADE exam, and you will want to not waste any time on that. So just manage that expectation so nobody gets surprised that, oh, I thought we all got to leave Saturday and we're still doing exams Saturday, Sunday, possibly even Monday. So we will push you through as fast as we can, but when you're ready. So when you get there, the first week will be heavily in the classroom and working together with instructors. The second week becomes a lot more self-directed study with instructors there to help you with a few things we're going to plug and play. You will, the first night, and we'll go over this again all the last week, the first night you will come in. That's the only night you're going to come late. You'll come in like at 5:30 at this time. The rest of the days you'll come at 1, and it'll be kind of a long day. Nichelle, sorry, I'm going to look at the chat here. How much longer after the class is complete do we have to take the day? You have as much time as you need. So it's based on what you have available to stay. We have people, we do have like a date in Salt Lake City. So some people have gone home and said, I'll test in a week or whatever with that date. The dates are available based on your schedule. We can usually work something out. Might not be the perfect day for you, but there's you have, I think it's 3 months, but I have to double check. It's a finite amount of time that you have to finish by, or retake the class, but I would have to check on that for you. But you have plenty of time. If you're a couple of weeks after, not that big of a deal. I mean, I think last time we had everybody through by Tuesday after, so. But we have full schedule. Everybody was going every day. It was, everybody was kind of on top of it. So but anyway, that first day, you come a little later just because you got to give us all the time for instructors to get into town, get everything set up and moved around, things like that. You'll hit the ground running with a final test. And it's a lot of questions, but don't worry, you will have winky pro tip. We will warn you all the pro tips through here in the wink wink. If you've studied and kept up on studying for your weekly quizzes, you're going to be just fine on that test. Keep up on it. And then we're going to jump into flight planning. In the early afternoons each day, we kind of go over and review topics, make sure people are understanding things. We even like to do some little arts and crafts, not for you guys, but like try and do some very dynamic things that will help you maybe conceptualize some concepts, things we just are unable to do on a computer, things like that. And there's a lot of one-on-one instruction that we can get through so that you're able to, spend time, ask questions, but it's very much driven by you. So I do encourage you do need to be there for the hours and things like that. The FBO is really nice now. I know I was one that when I'd get stressed, like I'd need a couple of hours when it was like an independent study time that I kind of needed to go hide in my own corner and do my own thing. That was how I process things. We have space for that, but I do encourage as much as you can in the open time to be in the group. And because sometimes you'll hear, Lakeisha or somebody will say, hey, Lindsay, what's this? And it will be, we'll answer a question again that you didn't know you had. And you're like, wait a minute, I didn't think about that on this flight plan. So you will get that tribal knowledge. We call that dispatch resource management. It's actually a real thing. One of my favorite things in dispatch is, dispatching along, and you'll hear dispatchers, oh, Denver, why did you do that? And suddenly it tells my brain, holy crap, what do I have in Denver and what's going on? And so if I missed something, I've heard people around me talking so I can hear and pay attention to what's going on. So same type of thing in the room, being able to learn from each other. And, like I say, even the questions we didn't know we had. So one of the cool things about dispatch, there's a lot of cool things, but one of the primary ones is that I don't know that I've ever had a job ever, or, even in college or anything I've ever done, I don't think I've ever had something that pushed the lifelong learning as much as dispatch does. There's some certain repetition to it, but at the same time, every day is slightly different. The mechanics, the legalities don't change, but how you handle it changes, you evolve. How I dispatch today is not even close to the same of how I dispatched when I began. Software changes, procedures change, company processes change, different things like that. It's always very different. And I remember on the soup desk, one of the first times I had to, because I worked at 2 a.m. and it was about 3 o'clock, 3:30 or so, and I could not figure out a problem for a dispatcher. And that was my whole terror, is I have to wake up my boss in the middle of the night to say, I don't know what I'm doing. And it was interesting. I think it was the very first time I did that. I was terrified to make that call. And this is a person that I would put his knowledge toe to toe of anybody in the country, to be honest. He's kind of Rain Man on dispatch, very intelligent. But he actually said, he goes, well, I've never seen that before. And I'm like, wow, you've been doing this for 20 years. And the first time I wake you up, you've never seen it before. I mean, granted, most of the times he already had seen it, but that happens, and it happens not infrequently. So it's kind of a cool job that way. So being able to pay attention with that. Couple of things about the in-person, just in general. It is kind of far out. There's now a restaurant in the FBO, but it's only open some of the days, and it's open like not the whole day. It's like till 4 or 5 or something. And if you need to round trip for a snack or something, it is pretty far. There's another near-ish restaurant, like just couple of miles or a few miles away, that's not like going clear back into town type thing, but they also close at like 6 or 7, so they close early. So bringing snacks, we've got fridges there. Adam does buy dinner, I think on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we do provide that, bringing snacks, things like that. We'll have drinks and your basic junk food. Things like that, but just kind of have that available. The other thing I will share for, your packing, we're business casual. It's easy. You don't need to be dressed up for this by any means. Now, for any of you who run cold, I get mocked by the entire instructor team. Like if you ever need a good lapping in person, they're going to probably be making fun of me because I give them a lot of opportunities. And there's usually some videos that go around the class, just so you know. But I get cold super easy. And so I always have to have jackets out there. So if you're one of those that runs that way, I just don't handle air conditioning well. And I know I live in a hot climate and I can't. And I came from a snowy climate, but air conditioning just kills me. So having a jacket, if that's something you are inclined to, basic things you'll want to bring, you know, like pencils, pens, highlighters, you know, calculator if you don't use your phone. I think I just use the phone on my calculator, things like that. But we're not terribly far. Like if you're around in the morning, you can go do stuff. I would suggest bringing some comfortable clothes for getting outside in the mornings or on the weekend. You do have to take a little bit of time to kind of clear your brain. So it's not a bad idea to go find and see what some of Southern Utah does offer. There's beautiful hiking. The time of year that you guys are coming is absolutely incredible. The weather is not hot yet, but it's nice. It's sunny. It's not windy or anything. And there's just so much, there's a lot of beautiful stuff to see. And I know a lot of the classes before have even, you know, set up little groups like, you know, Saturday morning, we're all going to go to Zion and we're going to do this hike. And then we're going to come into a pizza and study group at night. So that's all another good reason to do a WhatsApp if anybody's, you know, in this group wants to spearhead that for you all. Have something there. Also, we will give an opportunity to go and sit with a dispatcher at SkyWest. So that might be something you might want to prepare, you know, something, like I say, not dressy by any means, but definitely business casual, collared shirts for men, things like that. Because you would be in the operational control center. Actually, if you're interested, not everybody's interested, but if you want to, we usually set up for everybody who is interested to go and sit with a dispatcher for a couple of hours. So, and we work that out. It shows you, you know, real live what's happening, and people are just kind of assigned that morning we take them in small groups, so it's not too overwhelming with people in there. And everybody sees a different phase of dispatching. Somebody might get on with somebody who's just getting started, so they're really actively working up a lot of flights. Somebody might get on the mountain, sit with a dispatcher on the mountain desk, so they might get to see some diversions or things like that. Just all the different things. So we that is an availability, as well as the opportunity that possible airlines might come in and speak in the class. Like I say, SkyWest is also there. So if you needed to talk to them afterwards and, you know, just dress the way you want to show yourself that way. I won't tell you how, but just know those opportunities will be available. I think, did Riley say recommendations? You've lived in St. George your whole life. So yeah, also like Allison is the hiking queen. Like we got a lot of cool stuff going on out there. So a lot of things, but yeah, plan on stuff like that. That will kind of help you get organized. So make sure to do your shirt order. Think about those binders, put those binders orders in, things like that. So that's kind of what you're looking at doing. So, Brian.
Yeah, what's your opinion on flying into St. George versus flying into Vegas and driving over? I seem to get mixed opinions on that.
You know what? I'm going to say get what works and is the cheapest for you. And because again, it depends on where you're coming from. Sometimes, surprisingly, sometimes St. George tickets are cheaper. Sometimes Vegas tickets are infinitely cheaper. Also, to come into St. George, you've got American from Phoenix or Dallas. You've got United from LA or Denver, and you've got Salt Lake for Delta. So if you're near one of those hubs, might be easier. Or if you're going to get just, you know, a lot of people end up in Vegas because they can get a direct everywhere. Everywhere flies direct to Vegas somehow, because, you know, that's what people do. Stop at the taco stand in Vegas on your way if you come. Just kidding. So there is also a shuttle bus that comes to, it's my favorite place to eat, by the way, from San Diego. It's not even a Vegas thing, but they open in San Diego. So it brings me joy, and it's all good. But yeah, there is a St. George shuttle that will, I think it's like $50 or something, that will bring you back and forth. Or a lot of people do group up and rent cars from there. So actually, Adam and Jaden both come into Vegas. I think Allison comes direct in here. I think Kyler, one of the instructors, comes direct in here. I come right direct in here from the office. So, so it's just personal. It's not a big deal either way. Just what suits your travel schedule, things like that.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'd be coming from Atlanta, so it probably, I think I'd have to go through Salt Lake if I wanted to go.
Yeah, you'd have to go Atlanta, Salt Lake down. So, and then Atlanta does have a direct to Vegas. So I would just say where the best rate is probably what I'd do. And I would look at rental car rates. That's kind of what I do. I'm a fundamental cheapskate.
Cool. Thanks.
I like a good deal. Should we say that? I like to spend money, but I like a good deal on everything I spend. How about that? So, because I am an overspender, but there is that. Okay. Any other questions on just kind of some of these details as I open stuff that I don't want to open? We good? Heck yeah. This is like so cool. Usually the first night's just going through all the stuff. So I love this. So, and he did go through the drive. So if there is any questions. Now, my first quid pro quo on what we're doing tonight and this week. I will be pretty clear on things that you need to memorize and really need to focus on. I will winky you. I will ring the bell, whatever it is. I'll make sure you know. There are going to be times that I will tell you something is more conceptual. I want you to sit back, kind of listen. It's not, because this first part, we're going to go over, kind of the history of dispatch. We're never going to test you on the dates. We're never going to test you on the details of this. It doesn't really matter for the job, just to give you appreciation on where we came from. So with that being said, it would, wow. See, my train goes off the rails sometimes. So with that being said, when there's those times, don't get hung up on, scribbling down all of the details and getting lost in that mud. We'll be pretty clear. Now, also, this week gets a little overwhelming, not because of the FARs per se, but specifically because we're going to introduce little tidbits, like little tiny micro sniffs of what we're going to give you all week or all 6 weeks. So there's going to be times where you're like, wait. I totally don't get it. I don't get this bigger thing and I need to know more information. For instance, we're going to show you some weather. I'm going to only show you a couple of bits and pieces of it. You're not going to worry about all of it because gosh, we're going to have a weather person that's going to teach you all the weather stuff. I just want to introduce some of this stuff, plant some seeds, and connect it to some of the regulations so that as you go through the rest of the course, that you are in a good place to remember and be like, oh, wait, we talked about this. Even if you don't remember what we talked about, it just planting the seed will help. So don't get overwhelmed with that. And I will let you know, hey, this is broad brush strokes, trying to show you something, getting you a little bit used to looking at something that looks scary. Like we are going to open some charts. I don't expect you to learn the charts because again, we have a great guy that actually designs charts that is going to teach you charts. So how cool is that? Like the guy who actually writes them is going to show you how to work them. We're going to show you very basic information this week. So don't get too hung up. We will let you know what to hang up on, if that makes sense. So, okay, with that going on, the next thing is we're going to jump into this. Before we jump into this, like I kind of, was teasing Adam a little bit that, boring, the FARs, FARs, federal regulations, however you want to say that, call them. I think they get a bad rap. I feel like they get a bad rap because there is that memorization attached. But I'm going to be honest, 90% of my job is the regulations. It's my actual job to make sure a flight is legal and safe. And the only reason I know it's legal and safe is because I'm following the regulations. So That's also, if I break a regulation, I'm going to have to fill up an ASAP and say, well, gosh, I didn't do this right. And this is what I'm going to do differently in the future. This is what I learned from this experience. So that's why sometimes I'm bummed when everybody's like, oh, the FARs, you know. Yeah, I feel like it's a little more tedious. It's not as exciting. It's not as, you know, dynamic. We're not doing math. We're not, you know, chasing a storm or anything crazy. But it's really the foundation of what I do all day, every day. Now that even I've moved into the charter side, I do a ton, probably even more so, because now I'm keeping track of 2 sets of regulations. And, you know, when I'm making decisions, everything has to somehow process through my brain is not only could I do that, but should I do that? And is it legal to do it? So that's all we've got to cross through. And remember, there's always a big difference between could we and should we. So basic things there. So I am going to share my screen here. I'm really bad at this little mechanic. Share the screen. Okay. It's going to take up. Sorry, make sure we see it. Ta-da. Nope, I pushed the wrong button. My bad. Try it again. See, there we go. I'm really bad at the buttons. So, okay. So what we're going to start with is intro to dispatch. Okay. This is going to be talking a little bit about where we came from and what we're, you know, where we're going. So hold on one second. Sorry, just had to tell somebody we're in a class, could not be doing things. Okay, so we're going to start here with kind of the history. So where did we begin? So aviation's changed a lot, right? It's interesting. It goes through these spells, it seems, where it's like massive changes in technology and then it's just slight things and then it jumps up again. And it's interesting because I was talking to actually a pilot, was in the flight deck flying, commuting at one point, and we were talking about kind of this interesting perspective. And he said, you know, it's kind of crazy. He said, 5 years ago, Wi-Fi on a plane, I think this was a couple of years ago. He's like, 5 years ago, Wi-Fi on a plane wasn't even a thing. Just wasn't even, you know, anything you do. And now, a few years later, people lose their ever blooming minds if the Wi-Fi doesn't work on a plane. Like, what do you mean does it work? You know, and now we're moving into this space where it used to be, you know, once you got up in the air, it would work. And now more and more planes have like Starlink and stuff like that. So it's gate to gate. Your phone never knows anything different that you're on Wi-Fi or not. You know, you're just, your life is kind of seamless as far as digitally. So it's interesting how quickly we evolve. But we had humble beginnings. We started with the Postal Service. So clear back in the, you know, 1920s, like just before that, 1918. So we were with the Postal Service, and that's where we started. And this was the first scheduled flights were actually to deliver mail. So we kind of went between New York City, Washington, D.C. That was the first route that was going, okay, taking stuff back and forth. And then routes were built and scheduled to get rid of the Pony Express, right? To get rid of just moving stuff so slowly on trains and things like that. So it was not, the first route wasn't really super successful, but it really was kind of like a critical turning point on what needed to change. Dispatchers kind of became this behind the scenes thing. They were ensuring the aircraft was ready. They did a lot more than we do now. They were evaluating weather with very limited tools. Like I say, I can they were about, like I say, I can look on several different tools and see different radar things like that. So They were deciding whether or not to dispatch the mail by air or send it by the ground, things like that. So they were not just watching that flight, they were literally moving mail. That was the cargo and that was the dispatcher's primary responsibility, which seems kind of bizarre to me now, what we're doing now. But like I say, this was a critical thing for the pilots to be able to take some of that workload off them. Also starting to, start to consider that safety thing. I say it's kind of interesting for me to even think like what they were looking at and how they were predicting weather with just basic things that they had available on the ground. A lot of military tools that were coming out, things like that. They used a lot of telephones and low frequency radios to brief pilots on the weather that they found, any airway conditions, things that were happening. So basically what I do today, just maybe not on a telephone or a low frequency radio. They're early as 1930, we had teletype circuits for the radios. They were able to send and receive weather reports and messages in the air, could type them back and forth, which that was a major benefit. And like I say, I do that all day long now. That was a major step for them to be able to get information quickly. It gave them an active role on the actual flight safety and flight plan to really be able to communicate from the ground, not just prior to them leaving and then hoping they got there, right? So it was probably not streamlined. It was not necessarily the best, but it was the best we had with the tools they had at the time. So then in about 1935, we started to formulate the air traffic control. So, and those regulations. So a lot of the airlines that are budding, the Postal Service, things like this is all happening in a pretty short time, just over a decade. And they started to organize specifically like Chicago, Cleveland, Newark, all of these different things. And they would get themselves organized to control the airways and make sure everybody within the air was safe, not just the people kind of launching it from the ground. The first 15 of these were original dispatchers. So they kind of took them into managing something and becoming those gatekeepers in the air. So they were the ones that would negotiate the altitudes, departure times, make sure everything was organized with that. They would attempt to control arrivals at busy areas, things like that, because, like I say, I don't think traffic is nearly what we are today, obviously, but they were managing the little bit of traffic, but on the few runways and few resources that they have. So in 1937, the Bureau of Air Commerce took over the air traffic control functions, and it formally separated air traffic controllers from the airline, the dispatch roles. So they were kind of doing a lot of the same thing, just, from different viewpoints, but now they actually certificated and started to control and separate them a little bit. So typically, we'll say the regulations, you'll hear this said a lot, the regulations are written in blood. So that is because something bad happens and we create a regulation. So hopefully that bad thing doesn't ever happen again. That's another favorite thing I have about aviation. It's not nobody looks from the FAA as this gotcha. It's not this, how can I get them? How can I stumble them up? How can I trick them with the rules? What they're looking for is how do we say year after year after year that this is the safest year in aviation history. There were some critical incidents this year that were very visible, some that were probably kind of hit my heartstrings a little closer, but overall incidents were lower. And so that's what we're looking for is year by year. How do we become safer? How do we continually improve? Like this ASAP program, it feels like it's such this punitive program where it's actually, I'm throwing myself under the bus, which protects me. And then what I'm going to do is the company is going to use all of these programs. And they're going to take this data and say, where do we need to train better? Where do we need to focus our attention? What do we need to do to give resources so that we don't continue to see these ASAPs? So that's kind of the whole point. So basically we started creating this civil aeronautical regulation. And about a year later, the TWA Flight 6 crashed. It killed a U.S. senator, which kind of was, anybody who's dying is a big deal. A senator triggered congressional investigation and action that was going to change things. So the dispatcher was actually found to have known about the poor weather and the faulty radio equipment, that they weren't able to talk back and forth to reroute the aircraft. And this kind of highlighted the dispatcher's responsibility in this. So not only making sure equipment works, but also communicating this information. So actually not fully faulted, obviously, but contributing, and was influenced the safety of this flight that ended up very tragic. So what is an aircraft dispatcher today? So this is a certificated profession. You are going to become certificated airman by the FAA, and you're going to share joint legal responsibility. So there's two people that are responsible for every commercial plane in the air, and that's going to be a dispatcher, and that's going to be the pilot in command. You guys have that joint responsibility. It's kind of freaky a little bit when you think about it, and I think taking that role seriously is important. I think it makes it more important for what you're doing rather than clicking buttons. Like I say, we don't have to use paper charts anymore. We don't have to dig for information through rolls of paper and do math and things like that. We've got computers that do all that. But being aware of what's happening with every flight on your desk, and not just, well, okay, they've been released, they're good to go. You know, their strip has been filed, everything's fine, it's a legal flight. And then, you know, watching YouTube video. It doesn't really work that way, because the minute I put that release in the system, the flight just started, because then the crew's going to get there and everybody's going to have to be loaded, and we have to make sure the aircraft stays, you know, in good shape. Well, gosh, what if they get on and find out something's not quite working right now? I've got a new problem. What if there are issues with the weight and balance because of the way the passengers were loaded? We have to deal with that. What if there is weather brewing? Like, I think Jaden or Adam, one of them was sharing them last night, how you may put a release in the system, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours even in advance of the flight, and weather changes. Everything's just a prediction anyway. So, you know, if you've ever lived in the mountains, or you've ever lived in the desert in the summer, or where you've seen pop-up thunderstorms in Florida, like, I don't think we had any Florida people in this class, right? But Florida, have you ever visited there? And, you know, it's perfect, sunny and gorgeous. The next thing you know, it's pouring rain and a thunderstorm, and an hour later, it's all gone. And it's sunny and beautiful again. Weather, it changes. So being able to, you know, stay abreast of that situation. So we do go through a lot of training, and I'm not just talking here. You will hear a few people use the term license to learn, which I understand where people use that. I understand SkyWest is very specific that it's not a license to learn. However, I understand why it comes out in the fact that you're always going to continually learn. And, you know, even when I felt like, gosh, I passed this course, I remember getting into ground school, and I'll just straight up tell you, like, it felt intense. And I was like, whew, got that date exam. And the next day I walked into ground school, and it's funny because there were 4 of us in this class, and walking into the same ground school, and we were talking that morning, standing outside the building, ready to go, very nervous. And I was like, I've never felt less prepared for anything in my life. And the 4 of us were talking, they're like, I know, right? Like, I totally have no idea. And then halfway through the first day, I'm like, I don't actually know anything they just talked about. I'm so confused, because again, they were talking about it from another perspective and with another layer of knowledge to it. So it's constantly growing. I remember one of a dispatcher that came back. We do recurrent training twice a year. So we do additional training. And one dispatcher, I think, had been dispatching about a year, that I work with or used to work with. And it was interesting because this dispatcher went through recurrent and came back and said, I think I've been doing this wrong the whole time. You know, wasn't doing anything illegal, but wasn't following a best practice. But it was the first time it had connected in their brain to, this is a best practice for whatever reason. So it's kind of interesting. You're constantly learning, constantly, they say your figure it outer muscles got to get large. but always like seeking out information and kind of, going down some rabbit holes sometime and not ever getting complacent. And that's how you'll be the best dispatcher, is when you're not just complacent and letting the computer do most of the job and hoping it all works out and solving the problem if it pops up, but actually learning to predict weather. It's one thing to deal with whether it's legal or not legal, but if I can predict what's going on to my best ability, I can make this a more enjoyable flight. I can watch for turbulence. I can, potentially prevent diversions just by, changing the time we launch. That, gosh, we're really going to, and not doing that unilaterally. There's other people involved. Don't worry about that. That's not your full call. But, having that ability to say, gosh, this is the consequences of it going right now. I really think we're going to divert, and letting other people make decisions to, does that help us or does that impede us? And those, sometimes there's, business parts that go into it. So be aware and never get frustrated with that part. But at the same time, like for instance, I deal with dispatchers doing airline flights as well as flight followers that are just dispatchers on a different desk on a different day, launching charter flights, and even dispatchers on our supplemental operations doing charter flights. The reason to launch or not launch is very, very different. Where you're going to land or divert, very, very different choices and things like that. So it's just, every job you're going to take is going to have its own nuance, but the faster you get comfortable that there is no finite amount of research, the better off you are. I think it's Brian.
Yeah, I was just curious, in terms of the weather. I know you have like the TAFs and the METARs and all that, but if, like, let's say you just know, something happens to happen a lot in an area where storms might pop up. I guess what I'm getting at is a dispatcher allowed to, even if things may show you don't need an alternate, just based on what the dispatcher has experienced in the past, can they decide, hey, maybe we should throw an alternate, or do you pretty much have to go based on what the TAFs and
Absolutely. So I'm going to connect a few dots for those of you that are newer. Okay. So, or maybe new to information or to aviation, because he did use some terms that we're going to get into. TAF. Okay. This is our forecast, terminal aerodrome forecast. That's telling me what's going to happen in the future with the weather. METAR is what's the report. You'll hear it also referred to as the report. That's what's happening actively right now. Okay. So that's real versus the forecast. Forecasts change. What's reporting right now might change. So, and then alternates. We'll talk a lot about alternates this week. So that is, if I'm flying from Denver to St. George and the weather's really crappy in St. George, I may need an alternate airport so that I have the fuel and I'm organized, and I might list that as either Las Vegas or Salt Lake City for whatever reason, and have a plan B. I can't land in St. George for whatever reason, and I need a plan B. That's what I'm going to use this alternate for. And absolutely, there's going to be legal reasons you're required to have an alternate, but the idea of a discretionary alternate that I get to choose because my spidey senses and everything I'm seeing. For instance, I'll actually tell you some real life stories here. And dispatcher instructors, we love to do this, but it also kind of helps reinforce this. There are certain weather clues that, even though it's 10 and clear, we'll say, so lots of visibility, it's blue skies, beautiful, I can see as far as I can see, gorgeous day. There are clues out there that tell me that might change. And so looking and digging up those clues might be a reason that my release says I'm good. But for instance, we'll talk in weather about the temperature and dew point. When they're very close together, fog can roll in. So I will give you my example. I was in a place, so I will say that I was an experienced dispatcher by this point. So I was comfortable in my ability to fix solutions. And it's one of those things that the Pacific Northwest, getting up into Oregon, especially along the coastal areas, state of Washington, Spokane, Seattle, Eugene, these areas, Northern California, notorious like fall and winter for just being beautiful one minute and socking in with fog the next and just being just gross and you can't get in. So this was one of those situations, and it's very common, especially in the fall, that the minute the sun goes down and the temperatures change and you've got a really close temperature and dew point, the fog comes up and it gets crazy really quick. And it kind of comes out of nowhere, it feels like. And it just happens the same time every night. I remember, I'll tell you two stories. One was a brand new dispatcher, I think first week, and it was a Washington State like flight, Seattle to somewhere, like bid him like 3 nights in a row. And I remember somebody asking me, what would you do? And I'm like, I would have put an alternate on in the first place. But he was new and he was going by the legalities. But I had one particular flight from Seattle to Spokane. It was an early morning. So weather was beautiful, but it was, again, I had some clues that told me that something could go awry, but for whatever reason, I was like, I'm going to live dangerously. I don't legally need one. It's gorgeous. I'm not going to put one on. And it's funny because I talked to the pilot. We were talking about a mechanical thing. And he straight up said, I said, my spidey senses say we should throw an alternate on. And I didn't throw it on, but now I'm kind of re-guessing myself. Do you want to just throw it on so you have fuel? And he looked at it and he goes, nah. He goes, we're good. We're fine. And he's like, I don't want to wait for the fuel truck to come back. And I'm like, okay, I probably should have done it. He's like, don't worry about it. We're not going to need it. I'll be fine. And I kid you not, he got in the air and like 7 minutes into the flight, we went from 10 clear and gorgeous to illegal to land. So, I mean, it's funny, we were both pretty calm, and I said, well, here's your weather. Guess we should have put that alternate on. We're kind of texting this back and forth through what we call the ACARS system, going back and forth, and he said, yeah, next time I'll listen to you. And I said, okay, let me get you some plans and some burn. So I got him his fuel burn. So how much gas is it going to take him to get to his destination, which is Spokane, and how much gas is it going to take me to get all the way back to Seattle, or where can I go with the amount of gas? So, because I needed to say, gosh, do I want to turn him around now and go get gas, go land and get some more and then try it again? What do I want to do? So I gave him all this information, and we decided, look, you can try it one time. I'll just give you the updates minute by minute, and we'll see what happens. And you have enough gas to get back to Seattle. But you won't be able to hold, you won't be able to wait it out. You've got to attempt, and then you got to go home and go back. And we got really lucky. I'm going to be honest. This plane was the only plane. We got the littlest baby window to get in. And I think 3 other planes diverted right after us, but we did get the one window that was there. So it was pure luck, just so you know. But the skill part of it is that I probably should have done it in the first place, because I thought about it more than once. So I always tell new dispatchers, if you're thinking this hard about it, maybe you should put one on, because you're clearly conflicted about it. But also, the minute that changed, I had him a plan A, B, C, and D in place, and all the information he needed, and he was confident with that. So, but yes, absolutely. If there's something that tells me that I need an alternate. Now, the next question, and I'm going to ask it for you all because it comes up, is why don't we put it on all the time? Well, because that's more information we have to watch, and it's a heavier workload. So that will come up as we start talking about weather and we get further into this. So, I have Allison popping on. We had a question on discretionary alternates, and I was telling I should have added an alternate thing. Do you have anything to add on that?
As far as discretionary alternates, or alternates in general, or what?
Oh, the question was, because we were just talking about the history and stuff like that, and could you add an alternate even though you legally don't need one? And I said, oh, heck yeah.
Absolutely. Especially if I have a flight to Spokane, like you were talking about.
It was literally like, it's funny that we were both, the captain and I were and I'm like, well, should have done that. And he's like, yeah, should have listened to you. And I'm like, well, probably should have, it was kind of a joking thing. But again, your confidence in your ability to kind of handle that. But yeah, there's certain places that just bite you.
Yeah, you guys will start to get to know as you start to dispatch, even in training. training and then getting signed off and just especially dispatching by yourself. You guys are going to notice patterns with different airports around the country. Um, Good patterns and bad patterns. Mostly the bad patterns because those stick out to us, more prominently than the good patterns. But the bad patterns, the negative patterns, the stations that kind of tank as far as visibility. Haven't I don't know how much you've talked about visibility and
We're
ceilings
just
yet.
getting started.
Just getting started.
Comments
Okay.
coming, but this was just a question that came up, so we went down a rabbit hole.
Okay. Well, just to kind of continue down that rabbit hole just a bit, you guys will get to know the different patterns of the different airports around the country. Some of you already know those different patterns. Some of you work at airports. Some of you know that in certain areas and certain terrain, guess what? Fog is more likely to appear. And Spokane, Washington is just one of those airports that likes to have fog. And so I'm not surprised at all. I caught most of the story that she was telling about her flight to Spokane. I'm not surprised at all that Spokane tanked right after they took off. That does not surprise me whatsoever.
And
So
like I
it just
said,
kind of
you
depends.
literally use the terms, I'm going to live dangerously. We can throw one on there. We don't need one. I'll figure it out.
And you guys will definitely have those situations pop up. You'll get to know like I said, you'll get to know the airports and you'll notice yourself adding alternates just because you do know what is highly likely going to happen. So you can absolutely add an alternate if you deem it necessary.
And you will, to stay in the rabbit hole for just one more comment, you will also find that you've got to somehow, separate what happened yesterday to what happened today. If, the weather and the conditions Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday have been exactly the same, and I'm looking at the exact same thing Friday, well, let's plan that whatever happened those last few days is going to happen again today because it's a pattern. Now, there's going to be those days where you're flying into Phoenix or something where they don't have a ton of weather and it's not that as big of a deal. And, yesterday, whatever, like some rogue thunderstorm that nobody was expecting happened. And, your plane diverted and it was very stressful and it was all this thing. And then suddenly you want to put the alternate on every Phoenix just because Phoenix burned you one day. Like being able to separate those things. But I think we also all have our little airports that we have our little PTSD from. Like I know I've got stations that I could care less if it's a legal alternate. I'm never going to use it any day in my life because no, I'm just not gonna. Had a bad experience, never going to do it again. Doesn't mean it's a bad one or whatever. It's just my thing. So, and that's another thing I really like about dispatching in general is there's these legalities that we all follow. There's processes that we go through, but if you were to line up Allison, Jaden, myself, a few other instructors, whatever it is, and you gave us all, some flights to plan, I bet we all do some slightly quirky different things. Or we might get to even similar answers or similar flight plans, but maybe we get to them in a different process that we go through, like our little rhythm. So every week, we're all going to do it slightly different. So one of my favorite things in person is to look at all the routes everybody picks. And some of them are like, oh, yeah, we've seen that one. And some people just pick something and are like, oh, I haven't seen that one for a while. So kind of interesting that way to kind of see how that goes through. So very good. Let's go ahead. We're going to take our break. We'll start there. I have a tendency to forget we're doing a break. Here's my little timer thing. My little timer went away. It's not letting me push it. Okay, let's do this. Come back at 45, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in, come back at 45. I'm gonna find this timer and we will pick up where we are. So go take a little stretch, whatever, and then we'll get back after it. Okay, ringy, 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 ringy. Do we have everybody back? So camera's on. We're gonna get back after it. So let's come back to my screen. Okay, so little rabbit holes. We do that. We try and, come back, but we do go through these. So anyway, like weather, things like that. Like it's a really cool job. You have a lot of responsibility. You are in this operational control that we'll talk about in the next couple of days. So it's not a benign job, and it actually has meaning behind it. So some of the key things that we're going to do a lot of flight planning. We're going to try and figure out the safest, most efficient routes. We're going to efficiency for how much fuel we're going to burn. We want routes that may not take us right through the middle of gross weather. Possibly looking at like how high we fly, flight levels that we can go to, looking what turbulence is out there. Sometimes turbulence can't be fully avoided, but it's something that it's a lot more comfortable if you're on a smooth flight, isn't it? So we're going to organize and make sure that we talk a lot about performance. Do we have the performance to get from point A to point B, carrying everybody that we want to carry or everything that we want to carry? We're going to look at this current and forecasted weather that I think it was Brian that just brought up, the METARs, the TAPs that we're going to learn about a lot in weather class. You're going to look at any restrictions. Well, gosh, what if the president decides to fly into Chicago about the same time that I'm going to fly into there? What do you think? How do you think that might impact me? Any guesses? Caitlin.
I would guess that you probably can't fly in, I would assume. At least at the same time, there might be like a time restriction.
Yeah, so there might be some time restrictions. So I might have to have a little wiggle room. Do you think the president is always very precise on their time of arrival? Or do you think there might be some wiggle room? Any guesses? Wiggle room, that's what I'm going to guess. So, so if the president is, we'll call this VIP movement, if he's expected, or she, whoever the case may be in the future, is expected to arrive at the same time, I may want to plan for that. I might have to hold for a minute and let them get in first. So just those types of things. Or if there are some sort of restrictions going on for whatever reason, for high traffic, or there's a lot of different reasons restrictions come up, military exercises, things like that. So I'm going to also be heavy planning all of the, fuel requirements. How much fuel does it take me to get from point A to point B, and all of my other legal requirements that we're going to get into. And then I'm going to somehow get this information to the crew. It's cool. It's pretty electronic right now, which is kind of nice. But I'm going to potentially need to brief them. Now, some airlines, in some situations, you may actually have to have a conversation on every flight with every captain. In the types of flights that I do at SkyWest, I don't have to do that, but I want to make sure I'm communicating and giving them the briefs that they need. Now, some situations, I'm going to pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, we've got something we need to talk about. Here's my thoughts. Here's what's going on. Here's what the plan I think would be good. Do you have any other ideas? And we can kind of work through ideas together. Now, sometimes I'm just going to make a bunch of notes on my release as to why I did what I did, and they can read through that, and then they can, if they have any questions, they can call me. Or if they think I was a Looney Tune on something, they can call me. But you can handle it multiple different ways, depending on where you work and what types of flights you are dispatching. So we're going to make sure to do that briefing and making sure that we're both on the same page with the plan. That's the whole point, is neither of us are alone in this. And that's also one of the cool things on legalities is, we're kind of both on the hook. So we're going to do in-flight monitoring. So that flight following literally starts the minute I put that release in the system. And, now stations are going to be starting to get it fueled up and things are going to start moving and shaking on the ground. And then the crew's going to arrive and they're going to fire up the airplane. Well, I'm kind of following them because what if, oh my goodness, they fired up their airplane, something's broken. And that's something that could affect my legalities. Well, they could either do a couple of things. They can either say, oh, okay, well, we reset this. It's not really broken. They can say, well, gosh, you can fly. We're going to leave it broken, but we're going to do what's called a deferral. We'll talk a lot about this when we talk in systems next week. And they'll say, hey, we can defer this. You may have some new flight restrictions, but you can fly with this thing broken. Now, the minute I hear some flight restrictions for whatever that might be, some of them are really little, some of them are kind of big deals. So I am going to have to go back to my release and I may have to amend my plan. I need to let everybody know that, we're all aware that this broken part's on the airplane and we're going to fly with it. And I'm still going to have a safe flight. I still have correct performance. I might have how high it can fly. We'll talk a lot about flight level restrictions. We'll talk a lot about like the condition of the runways. Well, you can go and that's just fine, but you can't land there if the runway has a bunch of snow and junk and whatever on it, not junk, but snow and slushy water, things like that, and they're contaminated. So again, we'll talk a lot about that through both the systems week as well as the weather week on what some of those things will look like. So I'm looking at that. So that changes my plan if something like that happens. Or heaven forbid, they tell me, no, we can't defer that broken thing. We actually need to fix it. Sometimes this can be a fast fix. Sometimes this can be, it's going to take a while. So these will be all information that I'm going to be communicating with the crew with. Potentially with the station, depending on where you work, potentially with other types of people that like in SkyWest, we call system controllers that I might go and say, hey, this is, this plane is down. It doesn't work. It's the, road, or I'm told by the mechanics, it's going to be 6 hours to fix. Is there any way that you can give me a new tail? We love us a tail swap. So they will look and see if there's anything available that they can get us. Sometimes if I'm out in the boonies with my plane, maybe they have to send another plane to come get us, both the crew and all these passengers that are waiting. So there's all of these different variables that happen. And so that's why I'm flight following this whole time, even if the plane has never left the ground. So I'm trying to get myself organized on that. Then they're actually going to get into the air. And then it's not like, whew, my job is done. Well, this is, it's going to even get a little more intense right now because any plane that's safely or is on the ground, even if they're delayed, they're safe. So once they're in the air, I want to give them attention and priority that I'm letting them know what's happening. If I'm headed to Chicago and suddenly I see a whole bunch of holding, I'm going to want to let my captain know, hey, just so you know, this is what's going on in Chicago. There's a disabled aircraft that they're clearing. Currently, there are 4 planes holding. Now, if my plane is getting real close to that holding pattern, might be a different conversation versus they just took off and they're on a 2-hour flight and I'm just, hey, I'm going to keep you posted on when this is handled. Or letting them know, the weather dropped. I communicated very well when Spokane became Spokane and dropped and, okay, here's your plan. Here is A, B, and C. Do you want me to look at anything else? And we were able to talk back and forth and we had a good plan and we got lucky. So emergency responses and diversions is another thing we're going to look at. Knock on wood and all the things that I want to knock on. Fortunately, any emergency situations that I've had have been fairly easy to manage. Not unstressful, but, nothing horrific has happened. Nothing that, that ends up something that has to be reported to higher levels. But emergencies, they happen kind of all the day, a lot of times on a lot of flights. So let's first talk about those. What type of emergencies might I have to deal with? Any ideas? Thoughts? Lakeisha.
Medical emergencies.
Medical emergencies. Yeah, I would say those are probably the ones that kind of get you where, all of a sudden, somebody tells you that, hey, Joe's having a heart attack in row 3B and we need to get on the ground. So quickly finding them a new place to land, things like that. Muhammad.
Something goes an engine, could be anything that wasn't foreseen that you have to go through.
Yeah. So I was an unlucky person in grounds or in my, original training. And I say unlucky because I never got to experience it and be able to handle it with training wheels on. I actually never had a diversion during my training time before I comp checked. I think it was about Allison. Yeah, I never did. My first 2 diversions were like the first 2 weeks there that I know at least one of them was like a couple of days on. And yes, I did scream like a little girl, in case you're wondering. But my first 2 were mechanical issues. The first one, the flaps failed, and we were headed to an itty-bitty airport with a rinky-dinky airport or air runway, and it was going to be a no-can-do situation. So we had to turn around and we had to get back to a bigger airport where they could safely land. And the second one was probably a little bit more dramatic, that he said it was very quickly. They had an engine issue and they were losing oil pressure very, very quickly. And the only text I get is get me on the ground now, is what they were clearly busy. And they were fortunately flying over Salt Lake City. Yay, maintenance base. All I knew, it was a mechanical issue going on. The FO, I think, started to type a few other things after that. We just basically, made some phone calls, send them into Salt Lake and handle it. But it was very scary because I hadn't practiced that. And I did have to get help from a supervisor because I was afraid, because I heard about how to do it and I'd been walked through the process, but I'd never actually had one. So kind of I think that was a unique situation. So, but yeah, like dealing with those diversions. Have anybody ever been on a diverted flight? Nobody. Oh, okay, Lakeisha, what was the diverted flight you were on?
It was due to weather.
That's
Coming from Houston, I was going to Midway, but the snow got me and they had to divert to Louisville.
Oh man. Yeah. I was, one of the diversions I was on was actually the 2 diversions I've been on were both weather. I think those are way more common versus these, funny little, mechanical things that pop up. But one was Denver being Denver, and it was a mass diversion events to Colorado Springs. They weren't able to get planes in. And the other one, I got lucky. I was actually jump seating, and the captain said, oh, we're going to divert. And it actually made it better for me. And I got home earlier and got more of my jump seating hours in. So it was also due to Vernal, Utah. Allison, do you remember when we flew to the Vernal? Really high minimums and most of the time good weather, but when it got gross and sucked in, it was really bad. It was that weird fog. It's in like this valley, and the whole city there. And then when the fog rolls in, it like basically kind of creates like a lid, and it just blankets the whole area. So it's kind of wild, and it rolled out over and just sunk. But there you go. So Allison, any diversion or emergency situations that you've had?
Plenty.
I know, right? Like after you've done this for a year, they're like, oh yeah, that again?
Yeah. You guys will get so many stories out of us. Okay? About versions about different flights. You guys are going to get so many stories out of us. So it's like, you tell me, do you want a mechanical diversion or a medical diversion?
Okay, we're voting with a thumbs up. Who wants hands up? Who wants medical? We got a medical. I'm going to read the chat. Throw it in the chat. That's even better. I've got a medical. And who wants mechanical? Both.
Bruce.
Okay, we're going. Oh, we got one more medical. Go with the medical.
My goodness. Okay, my medical diversion really wasn't like too big of a deal. But I have heard plenty of stories that are a lot more interesting. My medical diversion was really just a person who passed out and then was diabetic, and so they really felt the need to actually get on the ground, and so they diverted for it. So I know a lot of people would not divert for that because they could somehow kind of, get it under control. But it was not under control, and it was kind of like resulting in a panic attack and just kind of, a domino effect. And so we ended up just choosing to divert for not only the passenger, but for the other passengers as well. The safety of the other passengers because of this domino effect. So it's like, ultimately, like there have been plenty of medical diversions for heart attacks. There's actually just recently, there was a flight I think it was going to San Francisco, and there was a passenger that actually died from a heart attack. And then they get on the ground in San Francisco, they get everything taken care of. That flight leaves San Francisco to come back to Atlanta, and another passenger died from a heart attack. So it was like back to back flights, okay, consecutive flights. And I think, from what I've heard, I think it was the same seat number as well. So crazy, yeah, totally crazy stuff. Those weren't my flights, but obviously, somebody else's medical stuff. They didn't divert, but medical situations, a lot more interesting than mine. I think I've had more mechanical diversions than anything. But yeah, you guys, seriously, every single day you will have a medical situation. I can't tell you how many times. It's multiple times a day where you get an ACARS message, that messaging system that we use. It's kind of just that text message. You get a text message from the captain saying, "Hey, we need EMS to meet us at the gate. This passenger in this seat is experiencing this." Or you actually get patched into a radio call. So you're listening on the radio. You're listening to a doctor talk to the flight attendants, trying to take care of the passenger. And so you're listening to that whole conversation. Meanwhile, if you need to coordinate anything as the dispatcher, you can coordinate anything. But just that constant communication with those medical situations, they happen so often, a lot more than people think.
Oh, for sure. I think the medical situations happen on planes frequently. I think a lot of planes do get to their intended destination versus the diversion, in my experience. But there are, these crazy things happen. I remember one medical diversion where, this heart attack, we'd already been on with the doctor on the phone and listening, and he's like, "No, I advise you land." And I'm looking, because we were headed into Texas on a bad Texas day, and there was not a legal airport to land anywhere near us. It was crazy. Became very challenging, and I'm kind of like, well, we're going to make a U-turn, and we're going to go back, 15 minutes, and that's our best shot. So sometimes you have to get really creative with this. But yeah, diversions are something we deal with. I would say for the majority of dispatchers, and I might speak, I bet the majority is weather, would be my guess. Would you concur?
I agree. Weather, every single day is different. And so the weather is very, very different every day. Other than weather, I'd say mechanical and then medical.
Yeah, as far as diversions go, I would say that too. But well, here's your interesting when it comes to emergencies. And since we got Allison on, that flight in Atlanta that was at the Latin America, that the tires shredded.
Oh, the LATAM flight?
Yeah, the LATAM flight, like my girlfriend was on that flight, and I guess her video of it went viral. So, but yeah, she had kind of a crazy experience there. So that was last week?
Yeah, that was last week. I don't know if you guys saw any pictures. If you have time, you can pull up a picture really quick, Lindsay, just to show everyone the shredded tires. I don't know what kind of hard landing they had, but they had some kind of hard landing and it like burst all of the tires. So I'll let you show a picture of it. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, that happened last week here.
Let's see. Let's see if we got some images. I should pull up her little Instagram. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, that's on Twitter. I always grab that one. I forget I'm on my computer. Oh, here we go. And watch this. There you go. Can you see that? Oof. Like all the tires. She said it was very crazy experience that from the cabin.
I'm
Don't
not
know.
seeing anything. Is anyone else seeing anything?
Anything? Nope, it did not go. I will have to, we will show you this. No, it's going to make me, it makes me restart it. I'm on a Mac.
Oh.
And I am in Chrome, don't you get me wrong, but you have to do a funny little, I'll do it after the break. You have to do a funny
You
little,
can show him later. But yeah, this
yeah, what I have
situation's
to
happened a
do
lot.
is if I add a new thing, I have to basically unshare my screen and share it back. So that's why. But I'll do it after the next break. We'll show you. But yeah, there's crazy things that happen. You know, I remember working on a ramp and thinking it's actually shocking to me that anybody gets their luggage ever. And that was a surprising to me, and that anybody's flights go on time, like it was a surprise. And now I look and being in the dispatch, and it's like people have no idea the amount of effort that goes in, a lot from dispatchers, which is cool, to keep everything moving. And even when all this weird, crazy stuff is happening. And again, you know, that happened in Atlanta, and sure enough, flights just keep coming in and everything gets reorganized and everything gets situated around and different runways and different this, and it just keeps on turning. And like I say, there's a lot of people at play when emergencies come into place, but I do think dispatchers have kind of a key role in mitigating, you know, how bad the incident can be, mitigating, helping coordinate it so it gets moving forward more quickly, things like that, making a plan B, C, and D when you need to on the fly. So we do a lot of that. So, but honestly, that kind of is what keeps the job exciting. It's not, trust me, you don't hope for diversions and hope for the weird things to happen, but it keeps it lively, it keeps it interesting, and that's where you're going to learn. So. Okay, so a big part of our job then is safety and risk mitigation. So we're really crucial. Like I was just saying, we play a big part in commercial airlines, like every part of the process. We're kind of a little bit of that heartbeat. You know, we can't do it without captains. We can't do it without the first officers, the flight attendants. We can't do it without, you know, the ground handlers and all these other people along the way, but we also cannot do it without a dispatcher. So we are going to maintain that we have a safe flight. First and foremost, we always want to be safe. We always want to be legal. Now, you're going to hear a term, and we're going to start throwing it out, but you're going to hear it all. It's going to bounce throughout this entire course. Legal to go. Are we legal to go? And that's what the rest of this week we're going to be spending time on is what are the rules that determine if we are legal to go? And then the rest of the course, we're really going to be looking at a lot of how to go find information to find out if we can apply them to these rules and be legal to go. So all kind of comes back to this. So one of our primary jobs is to start anticipating. Like we were just talking about some of the weather things like that. So it's my, you know, actual job to pay attention and not just look at simply like we use those words METAR and TAP, the forecast and the report of what's happening. But look at more tools, more models. You know, sometimes you will look, you'll hear the saying that, you know, the TAP looks great right now. We're legal to go, but the METAR is junk. And everything around me, that report is saying that that's going to get worse. And you'll hear the term, the TAP is going to follow the METAR. You know, what is giving me the clues that's going to change? what is giving me the clues that says it's going to go from 10 clear, beautiful blue sky day to Spokane. It's too so fogged in, you know. And yeah, Allison just put in the comments there, the more models you get to looking at, the better you become. And we'll talk a lot about this during the weather week, where we go through and kind of show some of these models, as well as wherever you end up working, we'll have additional tools available for you. And like I say, some things seem to hit more spot on in certain areas, some other things, you know. So looking at multiple things, if I look at, say, 3 different sources and they all tell me Spokane's going to be garbage and it's going to be sucked in, put the alternate on, even though your TAF says no, I'm going to probably give more information. Now, if I look at one source that says it's junk and 3 sources that say, no, that's not true, I have to then decide and decipher and use that wisdom that I get from experience to say which model makes the most sense for everything that I'm seeing. And that's another reason why we're kind of critical in this space is the pilots, the crew, the captain and first officer, they have the opportunity to look out the weather window, right? They can see what's happening. However, we have a whole bunch of screens with a whole bunch of data that they do not have access to. So you will have, you know, on occasion, you'll have a plane sitting on the ground and he'll call you. And I'm looking at all these things that say, gosh, it looks really, really gross in Piedmont, North Dakota, or wherever I am. And, you know, he'll be like, no, I have got the visual reference. I can take off. It's not a problem. Because again, he's looking out the window and I have sometimes a little bit of limitation there. But very typically, outside of what's happening on the ground, what they're looking out their window to find, I'm going to have a lot more information that I can pass on. You know, we'll talk in weather about clear air turbulence, that stuff that can happen anytime, any place, anywhere. You know, we'll talk about that during the weather. Well, have anybody been in an overly turbulent flight? Kind of beat you up? Raise of hands. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of people have been, you know, so it pops up. And Riley, did you have a question or are you just responding, making sure if you'd added in? So if you've been in there, you know, pilots can't see that. They don't have, because it's clear. They don't have, they might be, you know, something they've experienced or whatever, but I'm able to not just even talk to that pilot. You'll hear the comment, the statement will text over to them. Hey, how are the rides? Is it smooth? Is it bumpy? What are you experiencing? You know, I can tell them, hey, another pilot, and we're going to talk another word that'll pop up here later on through the course is PIREPs. What have other pilots reported? That's what that means, pilot reports. What have they reported? So I'm flying a Boeing 737 and I'm flying at flight level 360 and I had severe turbulence or mild turbulence or intermittent chop or whatever it was they experienced. I'm able to see all those and I can confer that to my pilots and saying, you know, I may look, and I think it was about 2 weeks ago that the whole freaking east from basically the Ohio Valley all the way over was just these little pilot reports everywhere. Just, you know, they look like a little Christmas tree on your screen, and we'll look at those in weather and things like that, but all over the place. And I warned him up front, you know, it's going to be bumpy out there. I would expect you to be everybody to be sitting the whole time. And I gave him information on the reports that this is the best I could come up with. Let me know what you experience so that I can maybe plan future flights better. You get a lot of feedback, you know, like I say, we're able to talk to other dispatchers and hear from other pilots. You know, it's not uncommon in a dispatch center, like for somebody to share with the room and say, you know, from, you know, in this location, you know, there's a bunch of turbulence, but my pilots are saying that if you go down to flight level 320, you know, it's better rides. Okay. So you can share that with your neighbors, that dispatch resource management we brought up. We can listen to each other and say, you know, gosh, I'm going to plan my flight a little lower because that's what I'm hearing is the good stuff in that area. Why force them through turbulence if I don't have to? Things like that. So we have, and you know, we bring up turbulence just because that's actually one of the biggest causes of injury in flight, not only to crews, flight attendants, but to passengers. There's been a few times in the last couple of years, especially like going through Texas. I feel like it was like I don't remember, it may have been just been a year ago, that several planes headed into the like Dallas area were forced to divert, and there was a lot of aircraft damage. There were some fairly serious, everyone was okay, but some fairly serious injuries because, kind of came up and there was no reports, there was nothing, that told anybody, and, they experienced it. But with that information, people were able to rapidly communicate to other potential planes that were out there because of this diversion event that had to get people kind of out of the air. I know one of our SkyWest planes was involved in that, but we weren't the only one. There were several planes from several carriers. So those things happen, and we were able to communicate and make sure other flights that we had going in there avoided that area so that they wouldn't have the same experience. So like I say, not just good for the actual, people reading their books on the plane and being disrupted, but actual safety. So it's a big thing like that. We also do to optimize efficiency. Based on our planning, we can organize different fuel. It's really interesting when we get to in person. Allison actually does a really fun flight plan where she shows you the difference if you make slightly different decisions, how much different your fuel burn is, which it's kind of fun to see. Sorry, sharing your thunder, Allison, how it's going to go down, but like giving them the preview, like just the way you do your.
They have no idea what they're in for.
Just so you know, Alice and I, we have a lot of fun with y'all in the in-person. So anyway, we go through that, the whole process, but what we plan can make a difference. We can be the difference by communicating, like I have a plane that, has an issue, just the captain mentions it to me on the ACARS. Hey, this is a problem. Just by simply communicating to people that might want to hear, the mechanical controllers, or to other people that may want to know, we may be able to get the process started faster and be handling it more quickly. We can burn less fuel. We can keep more things on time just by simply being aware of the weather, what's going on. Well, gosh, if we leave a few minutes early, we have a better shot. Can't change the schedules too much. So there is that. But on the flip side, we can manage a lot for the customer experience. I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to divert. I'm technically legal. Do we really want to do this? And that becomes now a decision that more people can help make as to what is the best decision for that plane. So being able to communicate all of that is going to help us. So anyway, okay, moving on to the next thing. Let's see. Okay, the regulatory compliance. This is a big thing. Again, legal to go. It's our big job. So we've got to make sure that every flight plan, especially the flight plans with my name on them, are going to meet all the legal requirements. And that's what we're going to be spending this week heavily focused on, and making sure that crew duty time, so crew rest. Fortunately, at a lot of airlines, there's a crew department that kind of handles that, but we're going to have to at least be informed of what's going on and might have to make alterations if they tell us, hey, this crew can't go any longer, things like that. We need to make sure any local, domestic, international, any of those types of things. We need to make sure weight and balance is good. Might be a little different. Has anybody been on a plane where the flight attendant came back and said, hey, can I get everybody on this row to move back to, row 22? Anything weird like that? Ariane, yeah? Yeah, it's not on the, go ahead and share your experience.
Actually, I sat in it was at the Emirates. We sat in I think at the front, where the extended leg seats are. Then the flight attendant came, and then they told us that you're gonna have to move at the back because we had to balance the weight of the plane. So we just had to leave our seat and go and sit at the back. They said it's plenty of seats at the back. You can just like lay down and go. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things, I fly into little mountainous areas, frequently, and if the plane's a little empty or things like that, and some of the comfy seats are up front and things like that, and they'll just come and say, look, we can't take off. I need everybody here to move back. So I got the weight is okay. It's just the plane is out of balance. Planes are a little finicky that way. They want to be properly weighted. They're going to have structural limits. They're going to have all of these different things, which we're going to talk about when we get into systems, and then you'll get really good at looking at weight and balance. And do you fall inside an envelope that works so you have that wiggle room? So very common thing that comes up, especially if you're with little planes like I get. I don't think you guys have the balance issues, Allison, at Delta. Like,
We still have weight and balance issues. Not so many issues as far as like having to move passengers around. But we still have
general weight issues, right?
Say that one more time.
You have more of the general weight issues.
Yeah, we still have payload optimized flights, absolutely, especially the long haul flights, the international flights, especially going over large bodies of water. They are pretty often payload optimized. And so the payload, which I don't know, you probably haven't talked about any payload yet, but they will have to limit the number of passengers and cargo on, yes, Johannesburg to Atlanta, unfortunately. Same with like LA to Sydney, LA to Melbourne, just over a large body of water. You'll get those payload optimized flights. So instead of having to move passengers from the front to the back, it's more of capping the amount of passengers that are allowed onto the aircraft.
Yeah. I would say weight issues are generally, even on our small planes, they're generally the more common problem, but there are occasional balance issues. And we'll learn again in systems next week. It's our introductory week. That the airplane that we will use for this class is the CRJ 700, and it's a bit nose heavy. And so if all the passengers were in the first class seats and nobody in the back of the bus, then we would potentially have a balance issue. But like I said, weight issues definitely more common, but every once in a while, it just throws them off and it's weird. And it's like, gosh, you don't actually have weight. It's more of a balance. But we do have some of our aircraft that do love the balance issues. Very good there. So joint operational control. Again, we're going to talk about this a lot the next couple of nights. This is something that we are in a partnership with the pilot and command. We both have this responsibility. Now, the pilot in command may be the one who makes the final decision. He's in the air. He's, kind of seeing what's going on. He knows his abilities. He knows the aircraft. He knows how to do his things, right? So, if he says, I'm diverting, and I'll say, no, thank you. You can't do that. That's probably not going to be a good idea. My job is to give him resources. But in that planning part and getting organized, if he says a plan and I'm not comfortable with that plan, I should speak up and I should say, maybe come up with a solution and say, well, what about this? I would feel better about this. I've been fortunate. I don't go head to head with pilots frequently. It's not my style. I do know dispatchers who, having that say in everything becomes a little more personal to them. It's not to me. If a pilot calls and says, hey, I need some more fuel, this is why. I'm not going to, that's my style again. I'm not going to argue with them and say, well, I can't justify that. That's not the hill I'm going to die on. But on the flip side, I always joke and say that I know I'm dispatching right if I don't get phone calls. That means I anticipated all of their needs. I made adequate remarks on my release so that he can read through and say, okay, well, she didn't need an alternate, but this is why she put it on, and that makes sense. Then kind of go through that and say, okay, great, let's go. We may or may not need to have a conversation. But being able to, in sticky situations, you know, if they want you to do something that you're kind of uncomfortable with or is kind of challenging, you need to have that conversation and be able to talk it out, or, you know, explain why you're doing what you're doing. I find in my experience, most crews, if I have said, hey, common, like I picked this alternate over that alternate, as long as I can justify why I did what I did, you know, but that's like a common thing. I know, I don't know if some people have ever had to do this, but you'll go through this process where it's like, well, we're going into LAX and you listed an alternate because it's legal. Okay, that's great. Well, why didn't you give me Ontario? Why did you give me Palm Springs? You know, for me, in Lindsay's little dispatch world, I would tell him, like, look, if there's a diversion event in LAX, everybody's going to be trying to get into Ontario. And if we can't get prioritized to get into Ontario, we're not going to have the fuel range to get much further. I would rather give you fuel range to go to Palm Springs, a little further away, beautiful weather most of the time. Everything's great. And it's a maintenance base for us, not for everybody, but for SkyWest. And I said, if we decide in the moment that there's space in Ontario and you want to go to Ontario, let's do it. Not a big deal. But I wanted to give you fuel range. And just having that conversation, you know, is like, okay, now some of them are like, no, I just don't want that plan. You know, whatever it is. I may even give somebody 2 alternates, you know. Thunderstorm season will be upon us way too soon. In fact, we have thunder snowstorms lately, it seems like. So it's kind of winter, summer. We're trying to mix it up. But, you know, summer is going to come up and you'll get these big lines of storms that get a little, you know, crazy and freaky. And they are, you know, if I'm crossing that storm, I'm going from Denver to Atlanta or Memphis or somewhere like that. Like Memphis would be a common one. And there's a whole bunch of thunderstorms and it's a line from Texas all the way up through Oklahoma, you know, almost to Chicago there, big line of storms. I might want to plan on either side of that location. Well, what if I need, you know, what if my destination, Memphis, isn't looking real good, but, you know, I need something there close. But what if I can't even get to Memphis because the storm is just not good? We can't find a place to get through it. So I'm always going to justify that. I'm always going to communicate that. And again, you know, we need to be in agreements. That's what that operational control is. So, and neither of us can release a flight until we are both in agreement. So, you know, sometimes that takes a minute. It's always been a pretty easy conversation for me. I do know people that kind of it's a little scratchy for them. How you decide to handle those conversations will be something that you will probably kind of figure out for yourself and just your personality and things like that. I'm going to pick my arguments. There's plenty of arguments in a day, and some of them about you be giving you a little extra fuel. Probably not one of my arguments I'm going to have. So, but like I say, I dispatch in a way that hopefully I do not have to get those calls. So, a communication hub. We're very much a communication hub. We may be talking to crew support people, the actual crew, the station where we're headed, to system controllers, to dispatch supervisors, to mechanics, to all of these places. We can relay information. We may be that hub that, you know, contacts these doctors that are literally, that's their job, is to support, you know, airlines and passenger emergencies, things like that. We may be that central hub to get that person on the phone and listen in and, you know, be ready to take action on the information as they talk through this or provide additional information, things like that. We're constantly looking and grabbing and delivering information from all different things. The more we can coordinate and the more we can assimilate that information, the better decision making we can do. And oftentimes, time is of the essence. It's not just the business side of it. Time can be of the essence in all the different things, you know. If there is a medical or a mechanical injury or experience, there's, you know, sometimes we don't have 3 hours to figure it out. You know, if I made a good plan and I have everything in place, you know, that we're never going to plan for everything, but, you know, you'll get better with your abilities to make a new plan if you need to. But that communication, the minute it's not just me making a plan, if something's in there diverting in the air, I got a lot of people I got to talk to because we have to make sure somebody can handle them on the ground. We got to make sure the passengers are going to be sorted. We got to make sure everything's going to be okay when we get there. We need to make sure that whatever is broken on the plane, the mechanic's going to get there or the EMS is going to get there. You know, a lot of things are happening. So as we work through this system, you know, we kind of become a critical role. And it's fun. It's a fun job. It is overwhelming at moments, but it is fun. So let's go ahead. We're going to break there. We'll take a few minutes longer in case you need a little snacky snack or something, but go ahead and come back. 45 is our magical time. Come back at 45 and we'll get started again. Okay, ringy, ringy, ding-a-lingy, something like that. Everybody back? Okay, before we move to the next slide, we've been talking a lot of terms. Now remember, we're introducing a lot of little tidbits that are going to happen the whole time and trying to conceptually tie a few things together. So first of all, Riley was saying she finished the ADX. That's my first thing. Everybody get it done. How many people in this class do we have it done? Okay, handful. Okay, we're getting there. Set a date sometime in the next couple of weeks. Just get it done. Lock yourself down this weekend. Spend a little bit of time. Do the Shepherd Air. Memorize it. But I say that's the biggest. It's a gatekeeper functionally, and it's a hurdle. But it doesn't need to be. Just Control, delete it. Okay. Did anything when we were talking, we were telling you situational type things that you had a question about just before the break? We were kind of using a lot of terms, things like that. Riley.
Yeah, I was just curious when you were talking about like flight monitoring and like watching different flights. How many flights are you watching at one time?
It's going to depend on the airline and the way they're set up. So different airlines have different loads. SkyWest, we like to train you well with a lot of flights. So, a typical flight desk at SkyWest for kind of a target is that you will release and flight follow up to around 47 flights during the course of 10 hours. Obviously, they don't all go in the system at once, and they don't all in the air in the one. So it's not that thing. So you'll have, maybe 5 or 10 flights at any given moment in the air, once you get going. Every desk is loaded a little differently. We have some specialty desks. You may have flights that don't get in before the end of your shift, and you will pass those down, and there's a whole process. Every airline has some sort of pass down process that you give it to the next one with all the informational, and they basically say, okay, yes, I agree with your plan. I'm going to go ahead and take this, and I'm now assuming that operational control of that flight. So I can't shirk my responsibility by any means, but I can, with a process, pass it down. I can't just like send it, be like, Riley, I'm out. I got to go home. Bam, here's my flights. Boom. And you didn't get to ask any questions. I can't do that. I've got to actually have the conversation. We've got to have a process in place for that. But it's very common. There's like a Hawaiian does some interesting things where there's some people that's that heavily that they actually work up releases, and then they have other people that big part of their job is the flight following, managing people that are in the air, things like that. Every airline has different workload targets, things like that. So, and it's going to depend obviously if you're doing some international things or things like that. So, but you can have a lot of, which becomes a question, if you have a flight in the air that is telling you, hey, I'm having this mechanical issue, can you give me this information? And you have a plane that is you're late on a release. Like at SkyWest, we call it red, like it was due 15 minutes ago and you are late. Do you put that release in the system, or do you assist the pilot that's in the air? Somebody's taking a stab at it. So, Brian.
You help that pilot in the air.
Why would you think that?
Because he's in the air and he's got a bunch of passengers on board.
Yeah, a plane on the ground is always safe. Always safe on the ground. Maybe late, and I might be getting a nasty gram, and I might be getting 17 Teams messages because I got my plane out late or my release out late, but that plane is safe. Now, we'll throw out some situations like, hey, I've got a plane about to taxi. I've got a plane in the air with a problem. I've got the plane on taxi needs a new alternate, because that one just went illegal. I've got, 4 releases due, Not every day is like that. I'm a work ahead. I'm a organize my desk person. I'm a get ahead of the game person. Not everybody is. Some people like to live dangerously and be like, when it's due. But you will have days where you have multiple things going on that all require your attention right now. So sometimes you've got to, strategize. Hey, I need to not let that guy get in the air real quick. Stop. Don't launch. You're done. Then I got to help the person in the air, like kind of put that down. May have the person on the releases. You're just going to have to come in a minute. You have to strategize at any different moment, depending on also, safety of flight thing. What if that guy on the ground, I gave him plenty of hold fuel, and we do what's called paper alternate. So it's legally required versus, it's really going to be necessary potentially. And so we'll call it a paper alternate. So it's like we're just barely 100 feet under what we need. And, the chances of us dividing, because we've got the minimums to land, we've got everything we need, not a safety of flight thing. I'm probably not going to freak out about that flight as much as the one who's having an emergency. It's constantly discerning all this information, and that's where your filter becomes. And is there a good way to learn that? Experience. That's about it. So please don't be afraid. You will be all clenched up the first few months of your job, just so you know. I don't care. It's just how it is. So be emotionally prepared. I think everybody was like, oh, my back hurts, my eyes hurt. I thought mine was going blind because, I wear glasses, but I literally I thought, oh my gosh, my prescription, I can't see anything. It was just because I was so hyper vigilant and I was staring at screens and I was not blinking, and things like that. So wisdom, getting burned a couple of times, making some poor decisions, the cool thing is you always have support. So that would think. Trevor, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, is that kind of situation where, like, if you're helping that plane, that more high priority plane in the sky, that somebody else would pick up that flight and finish the dispatch for the one that's on the ground, and then you kind of swap around? Does that happen a lot?
Yeah, potentially that. When I was a dispatch supervisor, I was constantly monitoring for, maybe dispatchers that might be in a little bit of trouble. I was a stalker. Let's be honest. I was a stalker. I totally stalked their desks. Just kidding. Not in a bad way, but just, maybe a dispatcher would reach out. Hey, I'm dying here. I've got all these red flights. I got all these problems. I'm having 3 diversions, help. And they will reach out and somebody can say, hey, can somebody take this flight? Can I pass something down? Sometimes I would just see them out there because it was just a bad day. And, I'd reach out, hey, can anybody help me out? I used to say that I would either, put them in the adoption program, I've got 3 red flights, 2 yellow flights, and, a couple about ready to take off that need flight following, whatever it was. And I could kind of disperse them to maybe a desk that was unique or more mellow that day. And that's what's funny is you can be sitting next to a dispatcher and their hair is legitimately on fire, and it's a dumpster fire of their desk and they don't know what to do. And I'm like, man, it's been the easiest day to dispatch. Just luck of the draw. What the flights you got for whatever reason are easy, and it is what it is. Sometimes I would literally just reach out to my neighbor and say, hey, why don't you, I looked over and oh my gosh, their whole thing looks like it's on bleeding. Hey, go ahead and send me some of those flights. I'm going to take care of them for you. Versus vice versa. Somebody's going to do something for me. So Bruce.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. For
By the
Republic,
way, camera's back on, everybody, by the way. But go ahead, Bruce.
I just want to say, for Republic, when I went to the interview, Trevor's answer was pretty much exactly what they were looking for. I know every airline's different, but yeah, they were looking for pretty much prioritize and ask somebody for help. So I just want to get that.
Yeah, know when you need help, self-awareness. You don't have to do this all yourself. You never want to be the lazy dispatcher that, get yourself in the red so you can get help. That's not cool. But at the same time, follow your flights, do your job. And when you need help, ask for it. There's always a time that somebody, I'm going to be straight honest, and it was pride swallowing for me, just so you know. I very much pride myself that I remember as a new dispatcher, I swear I'd come 30 minutes early so I could start working ahead because I was so nervous about getting behind on anything. And, you don't need to do that. I mellowed out, I simmered down. But you guys, so I still have tape on the back of my hand. Before I think it was 2 classes ago, partway through the class, I came in, I tore all the tendons in my hand. So I had complete reconstruction and bone remodeling of my hand. And it was a bad day. So the few weeks leading up to the surgery, I was still dispatching. I hadn't taken the job I had now. I was a dispatch supervisor most of my shifts, but I picked up for overtime, and I had, I think, one dispatch shift a day or a week. And then I picked up dispatch shifts. It was pride swallowing for me, but I had to go up to the dispatch supervisor. It's my right hand. I'm learning how to type with one hand. I'm learning how to use a trackpad with my non-dominant hand because I can't use the mouse right. I'm doing all those things. And I just had to literally go up to my peer that's also a dispatch supervisor and said, you got to clear half my desk. Like I cannot move fast enough. Like I can put out releases. I can click through that, not a problem. I can plan, but I said, if anything goes wrong on a flight, I won't have the response time, you know, if I'm handling 4 emergencies. And so it was pride swallowing for me because like I'm a dispatch supervisor. I should know better. I can manage my desk, blah, blah, blah. I had a situation, my hand didn't work. And so instead of 47, I think I was doing like 38 flights or, you know, something like that, just because it just slowed my pace down just a little. He'd just go in and he'd grab a couple, you know, out of, you know, each little bank, and we moved them around the room, and it was not that big of a deal. So, you know, some days you get lucky, you get a whole bunch of flights. Some days, you know, you work it out. But yeah, knowing your limits, knowing when to ask for help, knowing how to manage your desk, like all of those are skills that will become very valuable to become a good dispatcher. So any other questions came up or terms we use that kind of caught your ear, but you weren't sure what they meant? Because there might be a few of those. Did we get everything answered? Okay. Like I say, do not get overwhelmed yet. We reserve the right to do that later. But again, we're just kind of connecting some concepts, connecting some ideas, maybe plunking them in the future weeks of what you're going to learn. So, okay. So that would be the end of that one. So let's cut. Oh man, I'm coming back. Let me see. I'm going to have to stop it again. See, it goes away. Okay, so hang on. Let me do my little Macs. I love my Mac, but man, it does not let certain things like. Okay. So I am going to. Did anybody look up that Latam? I'm going to pull that up right here. We're going to say, aha, see? Let me get into it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on. Picking some crazy thing here. Okay. So those are those tires. Let's see if it'll play. Using a lot of bandwidth here. No, we're going to get ads. Maybe. Here we go. Yeah, apparently to my friend and her husband that were on the flight, they said it was. You guys able to hear that sound? we'll go ahead and kind of, did you guys hear that video? Was it coming through? No, man, useless anyway. Well, look that up. Like you can see a little bit on those tires. Yeah, it was literally all 4 tires shredded. So one of the cool things, you know, like I say, that in that thing, it's always funny. So that newscaster was like, it was still a successful landing. And yeah, you know, any landing that you can do that, and it's, you know, it's just, I don't know, sometimes they kind of make the over dramatize things because, you know, what bleeds it leads or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy thing. They had to stop that plane. It was safe. They did not wing strike. They didn't have any, well, you know, anything that could have happened. There was a lot of it could have happened, but it was crazy, crazy day. But she said, yeah, she said it was really, really rough. And, you know, they got it to a stop and she was happy to, now I've got to redo it again because it's going to make me stop sharing, and now we'll go back to our thing. But it was a pretty wild incident that was recent. Like I say, I think there's a lot more stuff like that where it happens, but you know, people ended up safe. We had in the Charterverse, what was it? It was last weekend. It was last weekend. We were sending to Bloomington, Illinois, and another carrier that was a main line, one of the big 4, happened to be doing a charter the same day to the same little airport, and much bigger plane than I was hauling in or taking in. And they got a little wonky on their taxi and it ended up with their gear in the mud and it closed the airport. So we did have, our dispatchers had to do kind of a quick plan. They were able to get it scooched out of the way for us so that we could land enough. And then they closed the airport to had to bring in some tow trucks and things like that to put it back up on his legs and go. Weird things happen all the time. I worked in the Aspen station. One of my favorite stories, I've got to find this video. I've got it somewhere, but it was a brand new shiny Falcon, brand new private plane. And we don't know what happened. The guy landed and literally turned into the mud. Like nobody knows what happened. Like this grass strip in between the taxiway and the runway and straight into it in the winter. Like I say, brand new shiny plane like this one. I think they said the plane had only been delivered like 6 weeks prior or whatever. And then trying to pull it out, they pulled the nose landing gear square off the plane. So pro tip, don't do that. It's a bad idea. But weird things like this happen. I'm just grateful when there's no injuries, no loss of life. You know, those are the not good things that we're going to go through, that we'll experience through aviation. I've been very fortunate and never had anything that was completely crazy. Just, you know, mildly weird. How about that? Okay, so we're going to get into all kinds of parts. Now, first of all, actually, let's go backwards. No, we'll do that in between this next one. I think I heard a hand. Did a hand go up? All right, let me switch to my other screen here. That's my hand. Oh, no, it's a little ring. So, okay. I'm assuming everything's good, but we'll go through some resources on the next one. So, federal aviation regulations. This first part we're going to go through, I'm going to say, is the part that's a little more boring. Okay. More broad brush strokes on this. I will let you know the things you should probably kind of put into your head. Now, a common question is do I need to get online and do I need to, you know, go buy all the books and read all the regulations cover to cover? The answer is no. All of these things can be found online. It's all public access. If you want to get the book to reference it, you know, go ahead. It's, you know, you can find that. Do you need to read those regulations for this class? I would recommend no. The reason is because we're going to highlight the things that will keep everything legal, learning additional regulations as you go, but it will be easier to conceptualize the regulations after you get a lot more base information and after you understand. And there are some like weird wonky regulations out there that are a little obscure and you may never cross. So don't feel like you need to go read all these, but you can get the federal regulations right on Amazon. They even sell them, and you can buy a little tab kit and you can add the little tabs. You can do all the things. But everything that has anything to do about anything that's going to get into the sky is going to have a set of regulations. Now, you will hear us refer to these as parts. And I don't remember if this new one has the link in it. We will show you if it does. If not, I'll make sure we have that link tomorrow and we'll go through it. Everything's organized. I mean, this is like federal regulations are everywhere. These just happen to be the aviation ones. There's the tax code, there's the building code, there's the, you know, whatever, health codes, there's all these things. Well, the aviation regulations are all going to be broken up the same way into these parts. Part 65, Part 71, Part 91, Part 121. So, you know, we are preparing you to be Part 121 dispatchers. In my world, you'll hear Part 135 versus 121, totally different sets of rules, different things. Mechanics have their rules, dispatchers have their rules, pilots have their rules, crew rests, and that type of stuff falls into place. The, you know, just the condition of the aircraft has a whole set of rules. Okay, and so there are all these different parts that come together. And all of this, like I said earlier, we say it's written in blood, meaning we are going to have something happen. There's some sort of incident, small or large, and we're going to do our very best to figure out why that happened. We're not pointing fingers per se. Some fingers may be pointed, but it's not the intention. The intention is to say what went wrong here, and what can I do to prevent this in the future. Now, if you're like to nerd out on stuff and you do want some, you know, a YouTube channel that talks a lot about incidents and problems and things that happen, and some of you may have seen this. It's called Mentor Pilot. I'll put it here in the chat. Oops. Has anybody seen this one by chance? No? Interesting. Okay, so this is really interesting guy. He's a 777 captain in Europe, and he highlights incidents from a really unique place where he talks a lot about the regulations, but he doesn't sensationalize it. Like, you'll watch a lot of, you know, documentaries on aircraft's issues, and it's like a lot of the dun dun dun, the crazy music and all the things, and it's almost like even makes it even crazier and weirder than it even probably was. He takes this from a pilot's perspective. He breaks it down. He will be very honest about, this is what we know. This is what, you know, we can speculate, especially if there was, you know, loss of life and they weren't able to actually interview people. This is, you know, the things that could have prevented it. And it's very, I don't know the right word to say. It's not sensationalized. It's just informational, and it's done with a lot of respect. He does a lot of other videos that are on just basic things that you'll see in flight, kind of some interesting things that way. So if that's something that interests, you know, would I put my study for this, you know, behind that? Probably not, but it's some good background stuff. Like I'm one of those people that likes background noise, you know, just something that's playing on and you'll catch some little things, but he's got some interesting things. There's another set of videos through a website called the Bold Method, BOLD method.com. You can sign up for alerts and you get like a couple of times a week, they have like a little information on a little chunk of flight and things like that. They'll talk about regulations. They'll talk about, you know, different flight strategies. So it's for pilots, it's for dispatchers, it's for enthusiasts. It explains different concepts, different things. And it's kind of also, that's a really interesting website as far as, you know, I get the little email and I'll read it. And sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, cool, knew that. Or sometimes it's like, wow, you know, this is explain something better for something I kind of had the idea of, but I didn't necessarily really truly understand it. So a couple of things, but so we're going to get into some of these parts. Now, once we get into the 121 space, will probably say ding, 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 watch a little more. This, again, I'm going to be specific, so don't get very unnerved if you miss something along the way. We'll make sure you have the important stuff. Okay. So part 65, okay, this is going to be certification for airmen other than flight crew members, such as air traffic control operators, aircraft dispatchers, mechanics, repairmen, parachute, you know, all of these different things. Like parachute riggers literally have their own set of regulations. So this is going to be kind of some of these other places. So general ideas in part 65, as well as all aviation, okay? There's always going to be something about drug policy. If you do drugs, if you want a job in aviation, I do suggest you stop in the very near future. We do get drug tested. We get randomed. You will have to pass a drug test. You've got to be fit for duty. And this is going to count for everybody along the way. So you'll hear it, and we'll talk about this again when we talk in our 121 rules. You know, are you fit for duty? And we'll talk about the pilots saying they've got to be 8 hours, you know, bottle to throttle. We've got to be 8 hours liquor to clicker. So don't be drinking alcohol before your shift, you know, learn how to, doesn't say you can't drink it, but, you know, be aware of your shift and timing. You will be drug tested, and it's common. We are, you know, safety sensitive position, and it's important. Okay. This part 65 talks about the durations of our certificate. So you will get, that's one of the cool things about this, you'll go get your date. You're going to get a instant gratification. You don't have to wait 2 weeks and find out, did I pass? Did I pass? They're going to print you a certificate right then and there, a temporary one. Most of them just email it to you actually, and but it could be printed. It's like that white temporary airman certificate, and that's what's going to keep you going until you get the actual card in the mail that looks like that blue card. As a dispatcher, you're going to keep this card with you whenever you're dispatching. I've got it here near me. You'll see most of us, or all of us, when we come and teach in person, we'll all have our certificates on us because we are acting as dispatchers at that point, not in operational control of a flight, but we are instructing. You have to have it. You can't leave it in your car or in your safe for safekeeping. You've got to have it at work, and you get asked for it. You know, an FAA inspector can come in and ask you to see your certificate, and you'll pull it out of your little badge thing, give it to them. They'll look at it, make sure it's good, everything's fine. So important thing not to lose, but it is effective. It's, you know, you'll have all that on there, and it's effective until it's surrendered, suspended, or revoked. You know, P.S. they're not looking to revoke things, but there are instances that could happen. So some basic things that we'll have is your change of address. You do, if you have a permanent address change, you're going to want to make sure to let the FAA know. They'll get you a new card. Everything will be organized. Some people will be in unique situations. I live here in St. George, but my actual permanent address is still in Colorado. So I've still maintained, that's where I get all my mail. That's where my driver's license is. That's where my taxes are. That's where everything is. So I do keep that there. But, and that might be a possibility. You will be asked for an address when you get your certificate of, you know, could take a, you know, few weeks to a couple of months to get this mailed out to you, the hard one. So you want to make sure that it doesn't end up weird stuff in the mail, places like that. So parents, permanent address that you are right now, somewhere that, you know, you're not just renting, make sure your address, your card gets to you, but you've got to change it. And there's, like I say, a regulation about that. This is part 65 is going to tell us that we do have to have a certificate required. So we cannot, no person may act as an aircraft dispatcher without a certificate. Now, this gets weird because there's a difference between dispatching and different forms of flight planning for different types of airlines. Like I just said, 135 versus 121. 121 dispatcher, that's what we're preparing you to become. However, there's 135 airlines out there that just train their people on the job. A lot require a certificate now, which is nice. It creates more job opportunities. But if you're going to be in operational control, you're going to need that certificate. And like I say, just what I was saying, you must present it when requested if on any inspection. You also, if you are ever in the flight deck, That's one of the benefits of being a dispatcher is you do get to ride up front with the pilots if needed, if there's not an extra seat, or we do have a few hours that we've got to do required every year. And I will present this certificate at that time. Like I say, it's funny, I will leave stuff in my car all the time, but I will never leave that like hanging in my car for any reason. Like I can't work if I don't have that. So it's always in the bag, and it's not the one that's going to be left behind. You know, I keep it in it, you know, safe. So, okay. So some of the eligibility requirements. So you need to be, now I would probably remember this one. You need to be at least 23 years of age. You need to be able to read, speak, and write the English language. English is the official language of aviation, so that's kind of important. You're going to pass the required knowledge test. Okay, so you've got the ADX, which is the written part of it. You're going to have a practical test and an oral section of knowledge test. Okay, so you've got to have the ADX. Your DADE will then do oral questions that you're going to answer, hence the practice out loud. Then you're going to have a practical test, which is a flight plan. So we'll, in person, we're going to practice going through all these flight plans so you can do a flight plan. Now, one of the tricks, and Adam brought this up last night, so you need to be 23 to get your certificate. You can take the knowledge exam at age 21. You can get all ready. You can even take the DADE exam, but they just will not give you your certificate until you're 23. So, and we have had a few people in here that have gone through it or on their birthday or even earlier, and they just have to wait for it and get it a little bit later. So, okay, some of the knowledge requirements that you're going to have. You need to understand aviation regulations. You need to understand meteorology. You need to understand weather and NOTAMs. Does anybody know what NOTAMs are? Anybody heard of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Caitlin.
Notice to airmen's. So it could be anything like runway closures, taxiway closures, anything like that.
Yeah, notices to air missions. So it's kind of what's going on at the aerodrome, the airport. It could be the runways. It could be the equipment outages. It could be the runway conditions. It could be the approaches to get in there, or some of the any of the navigational stuff to get us in or out of the airport. All of those things. Anything that's broken, not working, something different. So I believe it used to be notices to airmen, and they've switched it to notices to air missions. But knowing weather and NOTAMs, again, we're going to start, I think it's in 2 weeks that we'll start really kind of jumping into those. We need to be able to not just understand that theory of weather, but we need to be able to interpret charts, maps, forecasts, different sequence reports, abbreviations, symbols, all this thing. I think we spent about 2 weeks on weather. I would say, you know, having a legal flight is, you know, kind of the biggest part of my job. However, a big chunk of that is weather. And I think you spend the majority of your day filtering through weather information because, you know, planes and bad weather, they don't really get along so great. So understanding how the National Weather Service applies and what, how they work with the National Airspace System. Also, you'll hear that called the NAS. Understanding wind shear, microburst, thunderstorms, and how to identify those and avoid those. Kind of a big one. We have a lot on weather here, but as you can imagine, when we'll talk in the weather section, you know, the things that come up with thunderstorms, you know, lightning, these microbursts, these wind shear, you know, hail, all this weird stuff. This is pretty much everything that planes really hate. So that's kind of, you know, understanding and predicting. That came heavily because of an incident in DFW many years ago where they were not able to, you know, handle some major, a microburst that came up and they hit some wind shear and they were not able to recover, and it was right on towards landing. So again, there was not some of the technology, but that spurred a lot of this technology to really get not only education, but the tools and resources so people could start to, you know, understand these. So Understand navigation under instrument flight rules. We are going to be doing IFR, instrument flight rules, flight plans. So we are going to assume that you are able to use instruments for this. So we are going to, you're going to want to know all the ATC procedures, which we will go over. So we're going to learn about en route. So, you know, we've got to take off. We go en route, we got to navigate, know where we're going, and we are going to land. Okay, all of that has all kinds of different navigational, there's different systems, there's different equipment, there's GPS, there's all kinds of things. In this class, we're going to be limited. We're going to limit you to ground-based navigation. However, we're going to introduce you to some of the other stuff out there like GPS. So the satellites, the same stuff that drives your GPS on your phone or in your car. You know, planes have that same ability, only they also, you know, not just have those 3 planes that they're navigating to, they're also going to look at your altitude. So that additional information. So they say we won't practice that, but we will, you'll have some education on that. You need to understand that. SIDS and STARS are putting on there. Spend a lot of time in the map, in the navigational week when you're learning about charts and route planning and things like that. So SIDS and STARS, you know, these are, think of, you know, busy airports, and I'm going to be flying along, minding my own business. And it's kind of like an on-ramp and an off-ramp, if you can think about, so I can join into the rest of the traffic. So we've got these standard instrument departures, these SIDS, okay, and then we've got standard arrivals, the STARS. And those, we'll talk about those. We'll learn how to pick them during the flight planning portion. And it minimizes workload for the ATC folks. It makes everybody get in a line and get organized so that, you know, safety of flight, it becomes a thing. We're organized. They don't have to pay attention to people coming from all directions. You know, they're going to basically think of it, I'm flying around or driving along on the freeway, and then I'm going to get off on an off ramp. Then I'm going to go to my next destination. It's kind of a similar type thing. So I'm flying around on my route. Then I'm going to get off on this arrival point, and I'm going to follow the whole path of this little arrival ramp that I'm on functionally. It'll get me safely on the ground, and then I will taxi along and go about my business to go park. Same thing, I'm going to try and follow a departure procedure so that everybody is safe. So, you know, like I say, I came from the Aspen Airport. I did have the opportunity after coming to dispatch to go spend a day in the tower there, which was really interesting for me. And they have really complicated airspace. There is a lot of general traffic, and there's a lot of small airports kind of just right next to each other. They're all mountainous. They're all very challenging to get into, and a lot of planes want to go there, especially in a few times a year, winter being one of them. Then a few key times during the summer with events and things like that. And it's really interesting. I was able to watch some of these approaches, you know, and some of these departure procedures. They just recently had some that are more traditional, like that we'll talk about in this place, but they even had very specific instructions. And there were interesting places where they called it this S maneuver, where the person taking off has to kind of go counterintuitively one way to get out of the way for the plane that's going to land. They come in and zip around, and then they kind of do a little dance around each other. Really interesting the way ATC has that designed kind of down to a science, and pilots need to follow very specifically for that. So some kind of cool stuff you'll learn during navigation time. So aircraft loading, weight and balance, we talked about that a little bit. You know, how do we use charts, graphs, tables, formula, you know, computations? How does all of this stuff work on aircraft performance? What makes an aircraft perform better? You know, has anybody watched, watch planes take off in winter? Do planes take off better in the winter or the summer? Alan?
The winter.
The winter. Is anybody like a nerd geek that likes to watch it on a real icy cold day and watch them just, whew, they go so fast? Versus Phoenix in July when it's 120 degrees and you're like, oh, please get that thing in the air, okay? They perform much better in the winter. Temperatures, runway conditions, How heavy is the plane? How much fuel do I have to handle? What is broken on the airplane that I might be restricting me? You know, what's the pressure? What are all of these things? What's the altitude? You know, at a very high altitude, they're not going to perform as well. Has anybody flown into the Cusco in Peru airport by chance? They fly big old planes in there, very long runway, but it's like 11,000 feet elevation, like 10 something like that. It's crazy, you know, not much up there. They don't perform very well to get off the ground. Planes like to fly en route at a very specific altitude as well for their most efficiency. So that's those types of computations. Now we're going to do the math all by hand. We're going to add, subtract. We're going to do all the things. We're going to teach you where that comes from. You can rest assured when you get on the job and you're actually doing your thing that you don't have to stress about that too much, okay? You are going to have computers do it, which is nice. But you need to know where it comes from so that you can understand what am I able to manipulate and change in the system or predict based on what weather is coming at me. You know, this plane, it's really cold when I planned it and it's cool in the morning, but it's supposed to be 20 degrees warmer. What is that going to do to my performance? Having that understanding is going to help you. So, understanding aerodynamics, flight characteristics, the principles of flight, basic performance, abnormal flight procedures, things like that is another thing that needs to be taught. Human factors. Does anybody know what human factors are? Any guesses or ideas? Noah.
Yeah, it's just like stress level stuff that's happening in their personal lives that can cause them to think differently or not be on top of their game.
Yeah. It's all those mistakes that humans can make based on what's going on. There's a good reason that we need to be well rested for work. There's a good reason that we shouldn't be liquored up and not, you know, do you make good decisions when when people get a little tipsy? Most of the people out there doesn't seem like they do. How does stress affect you? You know, you don't make as good of decisions when you're stressed out, you know, being able to manage that, things like that, going through that process. The aeronautical, like decision making and judgment. That's kind of an interesting thing because what we're going to do is spend a lot of time giving you information. We'll talk about these scenarios about like we talked about earlier. Like if, you know, I've got a plane in the air and I've got a plane down the ground, who do I take care of first? You know, that's kind of a basic idea, right? Decision making will get better and better, you know, the more wisdom you have. Everybody, I'm here to tell you, is going to make a bad decision. It's going to happen. Hopefully you learn from your bad decisions. You don't do those decisions again. There are, you know, like I say, we want all those things safely on the ground, but not everything goes as planned. We had in a diversion once. I wasn't the dispatcher. I was actually system controlling at that time. And it was bad decisions by the pilot, by the crew, by the dispatcher. It was just a mess. And what happened so we fly for 4 partners. We fly for Delta, United, American, and Alaska. This was for one of our partners, and we landed at a station that did not, as on a diversion. There was a weather diversion. They couldn't get into where they were going. They landed at a station that did not have operations on the ground for that particular partner. So, you know, United, Delta, or whatever, they landed, this was a station that didn't take flights from them normally. It was a Delta flight, so they had no Delta operations. P.S. We were actually 52 miles from Detroit, which is a major Delta hub. And for whatever reason, between them, they chose to divert there. I don't really fully understand some of the conversation or obviously what went on the mind, but also there are rules in the US that you can't keep people cooped up on an airplane for too long without potential consequences. You got to be able to get people off an airplane after 3 hours. You know, you can't just leave them there if they're sitting on the ground. This was one of those bad days where a kind of a bad decision, which they assumed they'd get gas and try something again. No big deal, but then the plane broke. And then one of the passengers went into labor. And then it was one of those days where it's like every time they turned around, another and then happened. That was a pretty bad decision by both individuals. And I mean, the plane was on the ground safe, right? So at the end of the day, something still worked out. But, we changed a lot of policies, at SkyWest because of that day. And again, that dispatcher, just fine, still there, everything's fine, and has learned a lot by doing that. But you're going to have those situations where, you get burned, and that will become with that decision making. Comes with time, it comes with wisdom, it comes with study, it comes with listening to those around you, it comes with continual practice and, learning from your mistake. I think that's really what changes decision making the most, to be honest, is when you actually look at something that didn't go perfectly on a flight and say, how am I going to not do that one again? And that's kind of a big thing. So crew resource management. So communication and coordination. We'll talk that last week a lot about this. So the crews, we'll call this crew resource management, or CRM. We call it dispatch resource management. This means DRM, you'll hear it. You can learn from others. It is not a big deal. I remember early on in dispatching a completely gross thunderstorm weather. I had no idea what to do with this plane. I had no idea how to route them. It was such a messy area where I was flying. And I mean, there was a dispatcher that seemed to be really good with routing. And I said, hey, can I just ask you, this is what I'm thinking, but I just don't have any confidence in this. Can you tell me what you would do? And they said, yeah, that's a good start, but maybe do this, this, and this. And I was able to build a better route. And I learned from that and things like that. So being willing to listen, like I say, I do think it was when I say, talk out loud when, whether at a big station goes down. I think I learned that from Allison, actually, because she would always do that. And she would oh, come on, Chicago, get it together. And then okay, something's dropped in Chicago. I need to pay attention. And what do I have? It kind of snaps you back just by being able to listen, hearing things that are going on, knowing what's in your surroundings. You can, put on your headphones and, chunk through. But I will suggest that, it's one thing to have some music or something to calm you down or whatever, but being able to at least have one ear in the room was great. You can learn a lot. You get a lot of help that way. SkyWest we don't any longer have this policy. It's no longer available within the FAA at this time. We used to be able to work some of our shifts remotely, and we had stations. There were a lot of rules. Don't get me wrong. So 121s don't do this anymore, but there were certain things I really liked about it. You roll out of bed and you're in your pajamas and you're doing your thing or whatever. We had a lot of rules to show that we were fit for duty. We had a lot of rules to make sure we were on task and actually doing our jobs. But at the same time, that's the thing that I honestly missed was, I had to be actually more vigilant because I didn't have anybody around me that I could rely on that would be chattering about what was going on. So having these things available, it's important to be able to learn and to grow from these things. So let's go ahead, stretch, because this is kind of, I do admit, the boring part. Not boring, just, the basics. So let's go ahead and take, do you need 10 or 15? Let's do 45. Does that work for everybody? 45 has been our magic number tonight. So 45, come back at 45, and we will continue on with Eddie there.
Hey, Lindsay. I just wanted to let you know I'm mainly in checking in this class just to do some refresher for some interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Okay, cool.
I've had a couple already, and I just got the assessment for SkyWest this morning. So
One quick thing and I'll be right back with you. Sorry. My work was having a minute. So, but yeah, no, Charles, that's great. Taking some tests and things like that, getting ready to get a job. I love that. So you said you took the SkyWest assessment today?
I got the email for it. I'm gonna probably take it tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, perfect. So it's exciting when people are moving and shaking and getting the jobs. I like it. So, okay, we'll go back to this. One of the things I grabbed really quick. Okay, so again, this is not an ADA recommendation, but if you're better with books than you are with like searching, websites and stuff like that, like the bold methods and some of those things, because I'm just giving you a few that I like. Like there's so much stuff out there. The bold method, definitely a favorite. Like I say, for incidents, I really like that mentor guy. But this book, get away, and it's called Everything Explained for the Professional Pilot. I'm not really good in the camera right there. It's a little backwards as well, but it's a little expensive. This is, again, not an ADA recommendation. It's one of my favorite books for explaining aviation stuff. So, they've got pretty much everything in there with all, little pictures, but they've got funny stuff in there. They make it very real. So if any of you do better with being able to look something up, again, don't read it cover to cover. It's a great book for being able to just look stuff up. This one is the 15th edition. Like I say, these are not, these aren't the $15 book, but it is a great resource for those people who do like to have something that they can peruse through. Because again, we all have.
What's the name of it again, Miss Lindsay?
It's called Everything Explained for the Professional Pilot by Richie Lengel, Lengel, and its tagline is excruciatingly detailed, plain English explanation of everything essential. So it's a clever book. It's like I said, I've never read it cover to cover. It's kind of fun. I use it now in my current to like look up little things and come up with some little graphics and stuff. But it's one of those things that if you can kind of look through the index and find little, things about like chapter 8, minimum equipment list. We're going to learn about in the systems next week. MEL, stuff that can be broke on the airplane and you can still fly with restrictions. Okay. So all kinds of different things, and it'll kind of explain how those are written. Even, that I've been dispatching for a while, it actually explains some stuff that it's like, oh, so that's why that's laid out that way. Like just some very bizarre stuff like that. And it always brings it back to all the regulations without just reading the regulations. So it's kind of an interesting one. Like I say, if you're a book person or a lookup person, you can find almost anything online or a YouTube video for that. But this was just one that I think is uniquely interesting. So And I actually just tripped and stumbled onto it probably like a year ago. So I was already a dispatcher, and I don't know how. It's like I would on. Do you ever go on the Amazon rabbit hole and you trip and find something you didn't know you needed, and here you are? It was kind of one of those things, and I ordered it, and I'm like, well, that's expensive, must be good, I guess, because that's where I'm weird that way. And it's been a great book. So again, for those of you who like books, so let's go through more of this Part 65 stuff. Okay, so this is the stuff that you got to learn. We just went through all of this. You know, so for instance, we're a Part 65 school, which means we are going to teach you all of these things that you've got to know so that you can take your date exam and become a Part 121 dispatcher. So, okay, so different experience and training things that you're going to need. So in order to get your dispatch certificate, you got to go through one of two things. Is Mike's computer sharing, by the way? Oh yeah, it still is. Had to check. So you either need to do one of these two things. So you need to be from the military, either a pilot, a navigator, or a meteorologist. Airline experience as an assistant dispatcher, pilot, flight engineer, or meteorologist. ATC or flight service. So any of these people can challenge the test. Now, do I think a lot of them would do well in the test, in the date exam, and writing out a old school flight plan? It is, you know, a lot of even pilots take this class in order to have a backup plan, or people that are heading into becoming pilots, you know, and they need something in the meantime to have a job and things like that. Most people that are already, you know, they may not know the nuances of this or the math behind the flight plans or some of the detail. I think we're better, actually, to be honest. I think dispatchers are better at weather than a lot of pilots are even. And that's out of sheer just numbers. A pilot may fly, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 if they're getting crazy flights in a day. I dispatch 47 to 50 plus. I read a lot more weather. So you just get better at it and you get faster at it. And, you know, that's one of the nice things about having that operational control, that we get to bat things around with each other. You know, we have that opportunity that he might catch something I missed, or I might catch something he missed, things like that. But I've had plenty of conversations with pilots where they called and they said something and I'm like, yeah, you're in the wrong line, you know, look at this one, that's the line that we're in. It's like, oh yeah, you know, so we get really good at it. So they can challenge that test and they can get a certificate and go that way. If you aren't all of those other things, you're going to do exactly what all you good folks are doing right here. You're going to graduate from an FAA approved course. Voila. ADA, it turns out, is a Part 65 authorized and approved course with the FAA. So it's Adam's job to follow all the rules and make sure that we are in compliance as a Part 65 school. Now, one of the things interesting in these regulations, you will find for any of those, I think we had a couple of at least private pilots in this class, if I remember from last night, right? Yeah. Caitlin, you're a pilot, and Alan?
Yeah.
Erin, okay, so a few of you, a handful. That's what I usually remember. We've got usually a handful. Now, for those of you that are not pilots, there's a lot of different, you know, tests that you've got to take, right? You've got to take certain written tests. You got to take certain oral tests. You've got to go and do a check ride. You've got to go and do all of these little components to get your license. It's very similar, only we call it different things, and it's got a little nuance based on our position. Same thing, we're going to take a written test, we're going to take an oral test, we're going to take a practical test, and then we're going to have a certificate, and then we're going to go and get a job, and we're going to go to ground school, kind of like pilots. We're going to take a bunch of written tests through that process. We're going to get on-the-job training, and then we're going to get a check ride, only we're going to call it a comp check. We're going to do all these things. So this process goes over and over throughout the FAA and all of the different certificates that they are able to issue. It's, you're going to just see the same repeating patterns, just with these different quirks. So you must pass the practical test. given by the administrator. Okay, and we have to pass that practical test based on the aircraft that was listed with the FAA. So in our school, okay, we're going to talk a lot here probably tomorrow about operations specifications. That's what makes an airline an airline. We have like our own little baby operations specifications that are going to tell us what airports we can use, what type of aircraft we can use, which are the simulated tails and what are their performance restrictions, things like that. So all that's going to be organized for us. So we've chosen the CRJ 700. It does work out kind of lucky. We do fly the CRJ 700 right here in St. George for SkyWest for multiple of the partners. So in fact, 3 of the 4 partners have CRJ 700s in that fly for them. So that's the airport or the airplane we've chosen. And that's what we'll go through. You're going to, again, this describes a lot with the date exam. So you've got to have the ADX. Okay, boom, boom, boom. You guys are knocking it out, getting that done in the next couple of weeks. You're going to complete the 200 hours that are required to be here. You're going to pass all the tests because all the tests are going to have, a minimum that you've got to pass with, or you've got to do them again. And then you're going to come, you're going to pass all of your flight plans. And then we're going to do a mock practical. That's kind of like in the flight school when they're getting you ready and they're endorsing you to go and do that check ride. Same thing. You're going to be kind of connected to one of our licenses that we signed you off. Now it's also becomes unique as or just similar to flight schools. Now, if a flight school has, 20 students in their class and only one of them actually becomes a pilot, becomes an airman, and 19 other fail for whatever reason because they didn't know how to fly the plane very good. The problem is that flight school will cease to become a flight school. So we work very hard. We have the same requirement. We have to have a certain percentage of our students pass that date exam on the first go round, or we're clearly not doing our job. So the FAA even monitors the schools and the flight schools and all of these groups so that we make sure that the education is valuable and it's getting you where you need to go next. So I feel like we take it one step farther because we really want you to get a job, not just get a certificate. But all of the details for all of the schools are detailed out in this Part 65. Okay, so minimum hours, good number. I think we brought it up both tonight and tomorrow night. 200 hours. You got to have that 200 hours of instruction. This is why we space out the class the way we do. This is the way we put everything together. That is actually a live classroom picture right there. That's the room that we will be in during the in-person. That's actually Jaden there teaching some flight planning. We work it all out. That's one of the reasons we have you on camera, so we can verify that everybody was here and you are actually obtaining the hours of instruction that you need to pass. On the training facility, so a lot of this, it's again another live action shot of a class going on right now, just from the other direction. It's our actual room that we're in. And this becomes there's a few arbitrary rules, right? And this is kind of one of those. We do have to have adequate training facilities. We can't put 100 of you in a room that only holds 15. We need to make sure that it is conducive to learning. It's conducive for temperature. It's lighted well. We're not doing this in a, cargo container that we sourced off the crazy guy and, putting y'all in there and you pass or we, ship you off, something like that. We're not doing anything weird like that. It's got to have proper sanitation. It's got to be clean. We can't have the cockroaches moving around, health codes, all of those things. The whole point is that nothing is to be distracting for you. I will admit our biggest distraction is we have a lot of planes landing right there that we get to hear. It is very cool. We've been able to go out and see many of these aircraft. It's very common that an Osprey, one of the tilt rotor helicopters, comes in on a training practice mission very commonly during our in-person. We just somehow lined up with the Nellis training time, and so they just happen to land and we'll hear it and you can go outside and see it. There's a great observation deck. to go see all kinds of airplanes. We did get lucky last time. One of my charter planes was able to come in one night and was sleeping there, and so we were able to get access for the students to see on. That was just a lucky happenstance, but that's our biggest distraction there. But it's organized, and you know, the FAA wants to make sure that, like I say, we're actually here to teach you how to be the dispatchers, not just to, you know, log to be a school for the sake of being a school. So we also have to have the adequate number of instructors throughout the course in order for how many students are here, so that everybody gets the attention and the help that they need. We'll have several instructors through this course that are going to, I think we only met kind of a small number of them. You're going to have to see several faces through the online portion. We're very lucky to be able to have specialists. So we try and get meteorologists to teach some of the weather. We have, like I say, literally one of the guys from the FAA who makes approach plates, teaches you how to read them. You know, we've got different specialists that kind of teach things. And we've also got some of our instructors have just become very specialized in what they do. And so a lot of different resources. Like I say, you'll see a lot of different personalities and quirks and styles and knowledge bases. And we all learn from each other, which is great. So this is more on that personnel. Look, you've got this. It's funny because I always hide in the pictures, and I'm usually one of the ones that's hiding. But we've got to have enough people, and we all have to be certificated dispatchers. We try to also make sure, in our case, that everyone is not just certificated, but they've actually got live and dispatch experience. So they've been functionally doing something in that, and they've got the qualifications to teach what they need to teach. So I say we probably shouldn't have, you know, somebody from the In-N-Out Burger teaching the class just because they got a certificate 10 years ago, because everything changes so much. So everybody is active, but again, this is a requirement. You all met Derek yesterday. He is the FAA guru that is he inspects our school. He actually also inspects SkyWest. He was my dade. You don't see it on the camera, but he is like 6'8", and he was very intimidating, but particular about the rules, but it was good. I passed, but it really, you know, so he makes sure, you'll see him pop out at the in-person. He comes in, he makes sure that that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. So the point is that anybody who's still a certified school is delivering what they need to do. Okay, when you get into part 71, okay, we're going to spend a few nights on this. So everybody take a breather on this one because it looks very scary, I know. We are going to, when we're talking about ATC, we're going to get into this. This is a visual representation of airspace. Okay, so we have all these designations. So we got the ground, right? That's pretty self-explanatory. Ground handling, we got all the rules there. But there's all this nothing but air stuff above us, right? That's kind of our superhighway. So we classify it and we create different rules. So we've got A, B, C, D, and E or airspace. You've got little class G in there, you'll see too. But these show the rules. Again, you don't need to remember that 71.31 is class A airspace, because the cool thing is you can always find that. But be aware that part 71 may have all this airspace information in it. So we're good to go there. Like I say, do not get too hung up on this now. I just need to tell somebody. And we'll go to the next one. Okay. More things with the airspace. Okay, there are lots of geographic locations, reporting points that basically we use for navigation, right? I'm trying to not go down too far down the rabbit hole this. We're going to spend, during the navigation and the ATC portion that week, we'll spend a lot of times figuring out how to build routes and learning all these things. We've got the routes that are available in the Class A airspace. We've got these jet routes. We've got area navigation or RNAV routes. In this class, RNAV is a satellite. It's not something we're going to work on, but be aware that it's there. You will hear some of these terms that are, you know, non-ground based. We'll talk about all types of classifications of these things. Again, another thing that has to be regulated is this navigation, is it adequate? How far away does the plane pick it up? Where is the reporting based on Part 91 regulation? See, we keep jumping into all these parts. It gets really weird. So that's going to be in the Part 71. We have a lot on these navigation points. So, and the different routes that we take. You'll get really good at picking these routes. This is straight from an en route chart, and you're going to use this. We'll use a program in this class called SkyVector, which is public access, to build some routes. Again, don't go down a rabbit hole if you're new to it. Don't worry about it. You don't actually need it till towards the end of the online. But all the regulations for all this stuff and how it's all put together, it is functionally a map. It looks a lot like a road map, a little more square, a little more jagged, a little less curvy stuff, but you can kind of get from spot to spot, navigation to navigation, just as you would on highways that you're driving across the car. So basic information there. Questions, comments, concerns? I'm going to stop sharing. I don't want to jump into the next one tonight, so I want to kind of go over any questions you guys have up to now. Stop sharing. Before we jump in and kind of go on. Anything that's come up? Alan?
I know for like check rides, they were like open book for me. Is the practical open book or no? Okay, I didn't think so.
What's in your brain? What you'll be able to bring into your practical, you will be able to bring in, you'll bring your laptop or iPad, however you're doing that electronic stuff. I think most people did better on a laptop. A few people used both. They had, one that they were looking up some stuff. You can use a calculator. You will be able to bring in, if you choose the binder, you'll be able to bring that in. You just can't have any personal notes in there. So you just took them out. Any of the flight planning things that we use online. So what I did was I opened on my internet, I had my browser kind of all cleared out except for a tab for where my charts were in the Google Drive, which we'll practice. I put my winds calculator. I had my SkyVector where I was going to build my route. I had them open because I was 56 shades of nervous. I was a train wreck. I'm going to be straight up honest. So if you get nervous and think you're getting all train wrecky during the in-person, trust me, I probably beat you on that. So just to put your nerves at ease. It's all good. It's been worse. But I was very nervous about fumbling and not being able to find the information quickly enough. And so I had those open. I had everything cleared out. I brought in my binder. We'll give you a blank flight plan that you'll bring in, and they will give you all the rest of the details. They'll give you all the parameters. You're just going to we'll give you the form that you fill up. And then I took in blank paper, pencils, eraser. And then you take your ADX. You need the picture of your passing the ADX, so don't lose that. Keep that with you, bring it with you. But yeah, no notes, things like that. The data exam, it's intense. However, it was also educational. I actually learned a lot in mine. So, but I mean, I was pretty spooled up, but it is a learning experience. And please trust that when we do your mocks as instructors, when we'll be passing off your flight plans, that we're not going to feed you to the wolves. If we do not think you're ready for that, we will figure out a plan to get you ready. We won't just be like, okay, yeah, you're not ready, but go pay your money and dry it. We won't do that, because a lot of times people are usually pretty good and maybe a weak in one area. And so we have to have them practice a little more. That's the most common. And it's a toss up between systems and weather most often for most people, just because they're bigger areas and a lot more to memorize. And you pass off your flight plans. Again, with the date exam, it is nice because whatever you do pass, you pass. And then if you have to come back and redo something, same thing with the MOT, you don't have to redo the whole thing unless you really didn't get any of it. And then maybe you should probably take the class again. It's happened. It's okay. People get nervous. We've had people with just straight nerves that just kind of melted down. Not very common. We have a really high pass rate, but you know, let's say you did your flight plan, everything went well, and you got all of the sections that they asked you questions on right, except for say the systems, and you just weren't there. So what they'll do is they will have you call one of us, and we will kind of go through what you missed and what you needed to practice on, make sure you understand it, give you some practice things, sign you off, and then you can go back and do that part of it, but you don't have to do the whole date exam again. So just that component of it. So like I say, the only automatic fail is legal to go. But again, if you passed everything else, you're just going to have to come back and do that part. But that's automatic, is if you miss legal to go, which will spend so much things. We're going to introduce part of it. We're getting into it this week, and then you'll pick up a piece of it every single week. Noah.
How long are the practical exams usually?
They can go anywhere 4 or 5 hours. It's a good amount of time.
Okay.
Sometimes a little less. What makes it go faster is having your answers very well practiced out loud, so that when they ask a question, you rattle off an answer and it's not jumping around and whatever. That it's surprising how much that speeds it up, but speeds up the test quite a bit if you have certain things that are just rolling off your tongue, like happy birthday. So
Cool.
Other questions? Yeah. Aaron. I'm saying your name. Arian?
Arian. Yes.
Arian.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we using a paper chart or EFB?
So no, we're going to do it all on paper. You will use SkyVector to do your route building. You're going to break out everything with paper charts. Those are either found in the drive if you want to scroll through them, or you can buy the binder and flip through them that way with the paper charts. And we will use a WINS calculator online.
Okay, thank you.
And you can use a calculator like on your phone. The math, honestly, I think it intimidates people up front. It's easy math. What gets people messed up is which step is next so that you get to the right math. But the math is, you know, add and subtract. It's not complicated. And the DAIDs are not looking specifically for perfection in math. They're wanting to make sure you get pretty close. Like I say, you may add something wrong and end up a little sideways or whatever. They're not going to be like, oh no, you missed it by, you know, you needed 4 more pounds of fuel or something stupid like that. They're looking at, I planned a flight that, you know, I'm telling him he needs 15,000 pounds of fuel and he only needed 5,000. Like, they're looking for stuff that went way wrong and legal to go. The reason is because they know in your nerves things could go wrong, and computers are going to do this for us in the future when you're on the job. It's knowing where it comes from, but legal to go is the big one, and then, you know, just getting in there.
But can you use electronic E6B?
You don't need it.
You don't need it. Okay, got it.
No, you don't need it. You'll use like E6B. We have a website that will help you calculate your wins.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You'll just use the website, basic calculator, basic math, and
Got it. Okay.
and then, like I say, SkyVector for route planning, and then everything else is basically paper-based, or, I mean, web paper-based. Brian.
I have a ADX question. Is it done on a computer or is it on paper?
It's on a computer.
Okay, because I asked because in studying the portion with the guideline charts where you're like kind of drawing your lines and then you're, you know, so many of those, I was like, you know, all the choices are like just barely different, and me trying to do it on the computer screen, just kind of figured, you know, drawing the line and all that, kind of measuring it out. It was kind of tough. So I was just curious about that.
Again, so you're going to go in. Some testing centers I'm hearing are a little more intense than others. I know the one, like, they made me take my glasses off and prove that I didn't put, like, I guess cameras and stuff in them. I don't know. Like, I'm not that clever. So I feel like I was getting a strip search, but they gave me, like, I had like my little golf pencil. I had some scrap paper. They gave any of the charts that we would potentially use. They gave me like a little plastic thing with a dry erase thing so that you didn't wreck it. I'm trying to remember. It's just like basic things, anything you need. They did have a book like that had like all the little chart things that were in it. And then, like I say, everything that you need for the test. I'm going to be honest, I didn't use any of it. And I think I got a 98%. I couldn't tell you what was on my test. I did word association. I knew the answers before the questions, and the ones my brain just remembered and I didn't remember. I couldn't tell you what was on my test. It's just a selection of the 80 questions out of the, 900 and whatever they are. But the ones I think that are the trickier to memorize are the ones where you have to use their little funny math charts. You know, whatever, that was a little weird, but I even got to the point that I could connect two numbers, and I just was like, I don't know what the question says, but here's the numbers. That's straight up what I did. I did fine. And I am a cautionary tale. We do not do this anymore. Like I say, my program was a little bit unique. I was told on a Friday that I was going to do it, and 6 weeks later, I was going to basically be moving to St. George. And I was working full time. I didn't think I was going in the program because it was not by choice. I was being picked by SkyWest. And I was also in an area that was several hours from an ADX center. And I was like, I had 0 days that between this and finishing up work commitments and like this business I have, like I was beyond it, you know, what I could do. I think we had a couple of us that were in this situation. And so they told us, oh yeah, you can take it in St. George. Worst idea on the planet. It took up all my bandwidth. I literally, the week between the 2 weeks, I locked myself in the hotel and I did not come out until I took the ADX Monday morning. I just locked it up Saturday morning, Sunday night. I cried, I carried on. I kept freaking out and, you know, kept taking the practice test, and it's like, just go do it. And, you know, I remember Allison, just go do it. I'm like, I can't, I'm not ready. But I overstressed it. I overthought it, like worrying about, I never, literally what I used my little, you know, box of treats they gave me for was simply, I had my little golf pencil and I had my little scrap paper, and I was just keeping track. I need this many correct. I did the math. They gave me a little calculator too. There wasn't a lot of math to do in that, but it was like an old school, like just little numbers where you push the buttons. It was kind of weird. But I literally kept track with like little hashtags, like with the little 5 mark, you know, and I'm like, I knew I needed this many to get right. And so the ones I knew for sure that like, I just remembered the answer immediately. I just clicked through and I had myself enough numbers, and I marked the ones that I wasn't sure on. And then I just kept going back through it and eliminating them until I either got enough I was sure I got them right, you know, to the bottom. And I think I finished the test in like 20 minutes or something. And I walked out, and I walked out, and the lady is like, she was just like going on, and she asked kind of a weird question. And I thought I failed it really, because I had no clue. And I was like, oh, so I guess I have to set it. She looked at my paper and she goes, huh. And I'm like, oh man, did I fail? Like, when can I come back? And she's like, oh no, you did great. I just am having a problem with my printer. I'm like, okay. So yeah, follow Shepherd Air is the best I can say. Follow Shepherd Air. Like I say, I hope someday they organize their questions better to make them more relevant to dispatch and more relevant to practical dispatching, I think then it could be an interesting test. Right now, it feels like it's a gatekeeper. And like I would say the majority of people, because we don't have a lot of people that don't finish, I would say the vast majority of people, it's the ADX that hangs them up, and then they don't get it done, and then, a year passes by and time and life and whatever. So let's get her done. This weekend would be a great weekend to knock it out. Other questions? I don't think anything we talked about tonight was too life-changing or crazy, kind of a general introduction, as well as those 91 or 65 and 71 rules. Remember, all of these things are coming in these different parts. So we're going to start jumping pretty heavily into the 121, which that's the meat that you're going to have a lot of questions on. For any of you that are kind of following along on stuff, you may want to print that study guide that's in the drive. That might be something, if you haven't done already, to do tomorrow, because you kind of want to make sure by the end of the week you've got those questions. If you follow along, you'll be able to answer it, but some of the ones that you'll pop up today that'll pop on there, just off the top of my head, is what is the age that you can get your certificate? Anyone? Caitlin.
23.
23. Nichelle, your hand was up. When can you take the knowledge exam? Go ahead, Nichelle.
At age 21.
21. Okay. See, how many hours of instruction do you need? Alan.
200.
200. Okay. So some of these little basic things will come up. Like I say, the meats of this is, that applies to keeping a flight legal. This is kind of keeps us organized with our certificate. So. Other questions? Any other concerns about the upcoming schedule? Any other concerns about in-person date exams? What's next? Is anybody actually already applying for airlines? Because I know some people do sometimes during the class. So Noah who have you applied with?
I've applied with SkyWest and Breeze.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's right. Breeze is open too. I forgot they're open. They just opened a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Breeze, great airline as well. SkyWest, I drank the Kool-Aid. I'm here, so. But good luck. I mean, I will tell people that it's always a good idea. Our classes used to be very well lined up with their hiring schedule, and then SkyWest hiring schedule and training schedule needed to be adjusted in order to facilitate all the recurrence and squeeze all those in, because the instructors stay really busy through that process. And they needed to make some adjustments and get people deal with the holidays and all of that. So they adjusted it. Now it just kind of turned us a little bit off. So it is a slight disadvantage, but SkyWest doesn't have prejudice as far as, if you don't do well on the test this time, or you don't do well in the interview this time, that you're like blacklisted or something weird or crazy like that. So Riley, I saw your hand up, and then we had Caitlin. So Riley.
Yeah, that was kind of my question that you answered. Is it worth applying because of the knowledge assessment? I'm not sure if I would even know anything. And if I fail that knowledge assessment.
They won't have prejudice as far as that. You will get the knowledge assessment. I think they're going out right now, right?
Yeah, the closing date is, I think, like the 19th or something, like some coming up soon. So I just didn't know whether it was worth applying if I won't
Yeah, this
have
wasn't
that
really,
knowledge yet.
you know, and that's it. That's kind of a judgment call because we are just new into this, and you will probably not do well on it. I would suspect anybody that doesn't have at least a little background would most likely probably not get an interview on this round. But like I say, there isn't that prejudice. What SkyWest, in my experience, and I'm not speaking for the company, but for Lindsay's experience with the company, is what they like is to see improvement. They like to see that you're open to feedback and that you will, you know, continually grow. I mean, I remember when I applied actually, and I interviewed to be a dispatcher or dispatch supervisor, worst experience of my life. And I still tease our director over it. I walked out of that interview and I was like, thank you very much. I literally went home. I cried. And I think I called Allison and I'm like, I have no business being a dispatcher. They should take my certificate. It's like, I can't do this job. Like, I was crazy. Like, I was applying to be a supervisor. And she's like, I know, we all felt that way. And it was interesting because they kind of take it to a place to see what your knowledge is and then even break you a little bit, I guess, to see how you handle the I don't knows, things like that. Like, don't make stuff up. It doesn't make sense if you don't know. They also like to see if you're kind of trying to put something together rationally, like where does your brain work? But I will tell you what, I wasn't actually going to apply again. And then they kind of peer pressured me and they said, no, put your application in. Come on. You don't have to do the job, but you need to try again, see how you do. And it was interesting because, like, I mean, I went into that interview and it was like, you know, what did you learn from the last one? And I'm like, oh, let me show you what I learned, because like I was not going to let them stump me again. So I'd studied, I'd clearly taken that feedback of what I didn't know, and I pushed myself further. And that's, you know, something that's very big for them is, you know, if somebody just keeps throwing in at the test and it's, you know, never pass it and never improve, you know, whatever, it is what it is. And that's not a really big deal. But if somebody does poorly in the interview or the test, and the next time, you know, they're not going to have prejudice as far as like, wow, this person really has studied and really done what they needed to do. So. And then Caitlin, I think you're next.
Yeah, I kind of had the same question as Riley. I just didn't know like when it would be best to apply for that kind of stuff, because I do have aviation background. Like I have my private license, and then I did commercial instrument training, but that was when I was 19 and I'm 23 now. So it's not like, you know, I'm not like fresh on all of it. I didn't know if it's just best to wait or.
Again, I'm going to say it's a judgment call. The one benefit we have with SkyWest is we hire 4 groups a year, and we are pretty jolly consistent. There's some times that we're actually talking about this today. There's some cool stuff about our consistency. Like some of the airlines, you never know. Sometimes they do a bunch of groups. Sometimes they do no groups. You never really know. It's based on their need. We are consistent 4 times a year. We might have bigger classes and smaller classes, but if you're feeling like you would like to take a better shot, not a big deal to wait to the next one.
Okay, good to
you know. If you do this, you know, try and, you know, put to knowledge, like, what did I not know on this test? And, you know, like at least try to learn from the experience if you do.
True. Okay, thank you.
But I feel like this is the first January class is the one that's the least lined up. The rest, usually we have some interviews happening like literally right during the in-person or right before. And so it's just enough, but you're not across the finish line. So the interview gets a little stuff, but this one, it's like the assessments are going out. So it just kind of beats us by another week, but. Yeah, Brian.
I assume it's pretty much a given, like a major is looking for someone who's worked at a regional, right? I mean, you can't just go and apply straight for a major, right?
You can. However, so several years ago, it was more common that for pilots included that you did your 2 years with a regional, you did your 3 to 5 years with a regional, and then you moved to a mainline. So mainline being, for those of you that are new, Delta, United, the big guys. Regionals are like SkyWest, Republic. So we fly for a bunch of these, fly the little planes, you know, move their passengers around to smaller regions. That's the regional type thing. COVID kind of changed everything, and it kind of became like the Wild West of hiring again. People did get hired straight out of dispatch school a few years ago. That's changing again. However, typically when people are hired right into mainline without experience, most commonly they're an internal hire. So they've been working for, say, United. Like we had a flight attendant that for United, and she'd been working for United, was a person who had been with them for a long time but wanted to stop traveling, or traveling, just travel for fun travel. And they hired her in, and they did a unique class where they did kind of separated the internal and the external hires. The internal hires, they were going to have to teach more about dispatch, where they're going to know their internal software and some of their internal programs a lot better. The other side, the external hires, they, most of them have a good solid dispatching background, probably quite a bit of experience, may have been trainers and, had other roles as well. And they have the concepts of dispatch, but may not know the procedures of the island, may not know their own software, things like that. So it's just little different problems. So that's the most common. It's not, as far as United, Delta, American, those, it's not common that you will be hired straight off the street to those. So it's very common. I think you see Breeze has done a few. They've had more applications lately, so they haven't done as many, but they facilitate those. Frontier, like Allegiant, some of those that are, little different pay scales and things like that, but unique. Regionals give you a certain degree of education that's interesting, but usually a good step point. But a lot of people, that's not even what they want to do. There's so many jobs in aviation, and I'm going to go ahead while we're talking here and just turn this recording off. I just realized we're still recording. So